Hello, listening audience, and welcome back to Toonkind D&D presenting Ruined Recollections. This is session 4 of this mini campaign, which is turning out to be not so mini. I am joined by my lovely, wonderful, darling asbestos friends, all of my good friends, all of my good buddies, all of my good buddies, and also Steve is here. So everyone say hi.
Hey. Oh, hello.
Heyo.
Wow, my mic is being weird. There we
Rip.
go. Rest in pieces. Oh, well. If
Steve
we're
is
doing
mute.
intros... What happened? Brain gone today, everyone.
We're
So,
4
we're gonna have a
episodes
great
in.
time.
Surely people know who we are by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if you are watching this session, you already have seen the previous 3, assumably. So,
Please don't jump in at episode 4. Who does that?
Or do. We're not your parents.
yeah, I'm not your dad. I can't decide for you, what you do. I can say, though, that jumping in at session 4, when only session 1 is available online right now, is both stupid
What kind of
and
wizard?
impossible.
Don't
worry
And-
about it.
And suspicious. How have you hacked my computer? Anyway.
There is a fly buzzing around my room. It's gonna drive me insane. If I clap randomly, I'm trying to kill the fly.
Cool. Good to
Or-
know.
We're just gonna assume it's random RJ applause and move on with our lives.
Mhm.
Apologies to our audience. You can tell we are all very scrambled today.
We don't
It'd be
do
like
this
that.
as professionals. We do this as idiots.
Yeah, exactly.
Now there's a motto to live by.
We
You
are.
guys aren't professional idiots?
You're
Bold
getting-
to assume I'm
You
professional
think I'm
anything.
paid to be an idiot? I
You're
wish.
getting paid to be
I
an
do this
idiot?
shit for free, man.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what, guys? If someone out there wants to pay me to be an idiot, fill me in.
I'm pretty sure that's called being a sugar baby, beloved.
You know what? Fuck it. I want some sugar.
Where's my sugar daddy to pay me to be an idiot?
I'll
Is that not what being a
No,
jester?
actually, no. Morsky
Where's
is
my
more
moral
correct in this particular
sexuality?
instance. Morsky is more
Huh?
correct in this particular instance. That's being a court jester.
You know what? You're right.
My
Where's my
dumbass
king to
bird
pay
needs
me
to
to
get
be a
paid for
fool?
what he's doing.
The jester
before
jingled
we go
miserably
wildly.
across the floor.
I am herding us cats before we yarn ball away.
Good, because I was
Right.
about to grab the fucking air horn.
Eh,
Because, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fucking air horn now.
Yup.
I hate it, thanks.
Yeah.
Intended
Can we
usage
not-
right there.
Discord gave us a soundboard, and now none of us are free.
Okay.
Well, some of us are free singers. You banned me from the docks.
No, none of us are free because we can still use it. Whirl and
We
I.
need
we
to
have
get-
that power.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We need to get serious because we certainly left off at an emotional point.
Yeah,
Yep.
we did.
Yeah, here we are talking about air horns and duck noises and court jesters and sugar babies, and last we left off, we had just left the childcare center that definitely got bombed. Yikes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Slamming the brakes on the clown car to give us all whiplash.
Yeah.
There you go. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
I
Oh, boy.
am so sorry. You guys made the
Fine.
mistake of like picking the order that sticks the painful ones all together.
Yeah,
Fine.
we did do
Nice.
that.
We're chill.
On the plus side, it's better than lighthearted, wonderful, and then it. So
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
it means we get some nice things later on instead of everything's wonderful. Oh,
I guess fair.
you want to go to bathhouse now?
Well, when you guys are walking out of the fucking childcare center, you do see Matthias like sifting through picking things off the ground. So, don't worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not worried, curious.
Yeah, what are y'all up to? What's
Yeah.
everybody doing?
I think Igni is still on fire, which she will remedy now.
Uh-huh.
Is she comfortable like this?
Oh yeah,
And
Mhm.
honestly, perfectly valid and fine.
it only lasts for a minute though.
Also,
And,
did you level Igni up?
No, because in my mind, this has been
Aw.
taking place in between seasons, so
Okay.
Igni will be
Fair
level
enough.
6 for
Fair
all
enough.
this.
Fair.
Unless we
Fair,
decide
fair.
to retcon that later. But in the meantime,
Fair
Mhm.
enough. Anyway, sorry to derail that. That just popped in. Continue.
Mhm.
Juby's having a time.
How's Juby doing?
He's doing.
Uh-huh.
He's doing.
He's fucking vibing.
He's here.
Question.
Queer,
Everyone-
and he's drowning in fear.
Vibing!
He
Probably
is.
not quite the right word. Vibrating, maybe, but
There
No,
you go.
he is
can
in the
everyone
process of
hear
repressing
Noodle? It's okay.
everything he saw in there
Yes.
to process
God,
Um,
alright, give me 2 seconds.
eventually. So
I'm
he
gonna-
is we have lost
Wild
him.
had to-
we lost B Wild.
oh,
There we go.
Wild wasn't able to hear Juby. Or, I mean, Noodle.
Juby.
That's fine,
Fine.
Juby. This is fine.
Okay, I can hear you now. Fantastic. I don't know
Okay,
why I
good.
decided to bully you.
Because my bird boy has no rights, that's why. Anyway, yeah, he is he's having a time. It's fine. He's quiet. He's usually quiet here. He's yeah. That's all of that he saw is getting put into a box. That's going to be opened eventually.
Mhm.
Not right now. Eventually. Never. Yep.
I kick the other plot that I'm working on under the bed, and we keep going.
Mhm.
How? I guess because Lynn's just kind of looking at everyone, making sure they're all doing okay, that sort of thing. She's gonna make her way over to Matthias once they get like fully out. She's
Yeah.
doing decently. She is processing pretty decently well. How's Dakota doing?
He's chill.
Of course he's
That's
fucking chill.
Yeah.
that's a slash gen. He's old as
Yeah.
dicks.
Yeah.
And this is something he just takes in stride now.
Honestly, I figured.
He has seen some shit.
Mhm.
Oh, looks like we're making our way over to Matthias, because Lynn, not quite gunning. It is genuinely pretty calm, all things considered, but she's going to Matthias.
Mhm. Yep, he's well, he doesn't have a hammer space. He's just got a bag. But he's putting some stuff into his bag.
Hmm.
Hey,
And oh, yes.
inside was not much. I can fill you in as we're walking along, but if you want to go in, by all means. There wasn't much.
avoid the kitchen. It's a little smoky.
Yeah. Indeed.
Blink.
It's shit. There's
Blink.
fire under the floor. It's
Yeah.
the whole floor is liable to collapse. It's
With
It's on
Oh.
fire? Still?
yes.
Holy
It's-
magical fire.
mhm.
Blink,
It's-
blink.
We're thinking of leaving it for now. Coming back later. I think probably we're gonna inform Keeper of it, right?
That was the plan.
Right. Just okay on that front.
That seems like it would be the best idea. Yeah, if it's holy, then I wouldn't be able to put it out.
It's some kind of magical bullshit, as most things are in this city. Honestly.
The look Matthias gives Jubilee.
You know, what kind of look? Because Bird is sure looking away.
It's the aren't you magic look.
Yeah, no, he doesn't recognize that look. There's just look back at Matthias like, what?
And he looks away like, nope. He's not, nope.
Yeah. I have a question because Matthias was putting stuff away. Could Lynn roll insight to see if it's something that she can talk about right now? Because
You can
outright
just
going,
look, it's just perception.
okay, because outright going, hey, what's in your bag, is
Yeah.
usually a way to make someone clam up or, not have a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
So, Priseti. My hand just seized.
Rip.
11 plus 12.
Yeah, you don't get to see what he put in the bag, but looking, like, around, you can see, the blown out, like, where you're standing is blown out glass, and there's less here than around another spot, so it's pretty easy to reason that stained glass is now in his bag.
Hmm.
Lynn's not gonna bring it up now, because if she keeps on poking at everything, it's going to either get on nerves or seem overbearing. So,
Mm-hmm.
Or both. Probably both.
indeed,
Yeah.
she's gonna let it lie. It's if he wants to tell later on, he can. It's his call on that front.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess from here, do we want to move on to our next location? We've still got ground to cover today if we want, and of course, at the end of the day, chickens.
Matthias is looking to everyone else, just like, whatever you guys want to do.
I think Juby's already started to walk towards the bathhouse. He would like to leave this place behind him, please.
All right, let's get moving. Feel good? Nothing to look, by the way, Igni. And light up the room.
Ha. That's true.
It's a good look on you. And she does say that completely genuinely, by the way. That isn't a pun or anything.
And this is me trying to remember, does Igni's design ever really have a mouth? It kind of can, but
It can,
Lynn, you can tell
but-
she's smiling.
Mm-hmm. Right. So,
And then going to follow Jubilee onwards and
Yep.
forwards. Action.
where we go?
Dakota, as they're walking, just kind of leans down toward Igni and goes, "So, Phoenix then."
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Kraken, do
enough.
you have a point of inspiration? If not, take one.
I think you do. I think you got one.
I just flipped back my notebook. Yes.
I think, you got one from the. You got one, and I can't remember who's the other one because we have.
I had one, but I used it.
Yeah.
I
I
also
got a
had one
fucking
and
nat
used
one,
it.
but I was like, absolutely not.
At some stage, the rest of us shall get those wonderful inspirations. I keep getting the negatives because I'm a little shit.
Mm-hmm.
If you stopped being a gremlin, you would stop getting the negative inspo points.
I'm making puns. I'm just an innocent punster. I
Sure.
like my puns.
Sure,
Consider.
Jan.
Consider, get good.
Uh,
No.
Anyway, oh man. Yeah, I get vagued back, Dakota. None answers for the none answers, man.
yep.
I mean, that's very much a concrete answer. You've kind of given yourself away a little bit.
Yeah.
I look forward to later conversations. But anyway,
Yeah.
bathhouse.
Bathhouse. Okay.
Lynn wants sand.
Lynn wants sand. So you guys make your way towards the Hee Hoo Funky bathhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and you arrive at He Who Funky Bathhouse. It seems in better condition than perhaps you may have expected. For one thing, the roof's not falling in any places, so that's good.
It's a positive.
It is. It's one of those places that's, a low priority to hit.
Mm-hmm. God. Once again, I did not do my art homework.
You're so okay.
You're
You are
good.
incredibly valid. These things happen.
Yeah.
Words. Words. Words that should have been pictures. Words.
Patsu.
I'm smart.
Mhm.
Take your time.
You are.
So you are standing outside the bathhouse. Which I will note, very Roman bathhouse styled.
Hell yeah.
So it's got like the tall walls, it's got the pillars, it's got all that fancy horse shit. What would you like to do?
Igni wants to see if the plumbing still works.
Yeah. What is inside like?
Yep. Heading
What
up.
happened?
Gonna head on inside. Have a look around.
Mhm.
Run a bath.
Yee.
Okay. We're
Mhm.
going inside?
We're
Yep.
gonna go inside.
Seems like a smart plan.
All right. Roll me Percepi.
All right. Let's actually roll the physical dice this time.
Oh, shit.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Why do I feel like they didn't get a great roll there, Noodle?
Cause no matter what dice I use, my bird is not allowed to perceive shit.
That is another 11 to a 23 on my part.
29.
Hang on, I'm getting it.
By the way, I will just say, at any point, if you guys are really being bullied, just let me know and I will give you a d6. Literally, just ask me for it and Lynn will supply because you guys deserve nice things.
You know, with how things are and how my dumb bird is, it's fair. He's distracted. He's not seeing very well.
I will just say, because I like you and I want you to have nice things, so at any point, do let me know and I will just give it to you.
Okay. But yes, I think that's all of us.
All right, let's look at these. Are we in the games? Guys, you all rolled in
Igni.
the commentary zone. Or
No, we're in the roll
No.
zone.
No.
We're in the
We're in the roll zone.
why didn't the roll zone light up? What the fuck? Discord, are you on drugs?
Yes.
Yes. I can't believe you have to, say this.
You're
Yes.
expecting Discord to be a functional program.
Discord is a functional program. I'm having a day.
You're so okay.
23, 11, 29, 8, and 14. Oh,
Okay.
Igni.
Yeah.
Igni got the lowest. Igni, you walk through this doorway and you're in a building. That is what you know.
It sure is a building.
And this makes sense. This is a bathhouse and you're a fire guy.
You sure are in a fucking building.
Mm-hmm.
There are no bathtubs in here. What the heck?
I mean, there's also the fact of, if, normal buildings, the pipes are just slightly hidden. Igni came in here looking for pipes. If the walls are hidden, that's going to throw for a loop.
Where are the pipes?
Exactly. Where are the pipes? Where are the pipes? Where are the Mario Brothers and their pipes?
Oh my god.
And band.
No!
No, you don't.
I have many children. You just don't know all of them.
The only children
Anyway.
you have are
Homie, you're like
rocks.
2 years older than me. If you have many children, I'm concerned.
I have my 3 plants. They are my children.
You know what? Fair.
I love my plants.
Anyway.
Anyway.
I swear to God, you guys are going to make me use the goddamn air horn.
Mhm. Stay focused.
Stay focused. So you guys step through, and you kind of realize that the front facade is really more of like a porch, because you step through the doorway, right? And you're on sort of an indoor porch around a courtyard.
Mm-hmm.
A very surprisingly lush courtyard, which at this point is very severely overgrown. And that's what Juby and Matthias can tell, because you guys rolled below 20, and then the people who rolled above 20, this used to be a garden. Looking around, you can tell that this used to be some kind of garden, some kind of medicinal garden, because you can see various different trees and herbs, which you can guess might have been used to be dried out to be put into the waters of the baths. They are, again, very overgrown. No one has tended to this place in a while, but they are still here.
Before we go exploring all the way through, can Lynn take a look at those? Because if these were made to be used, if these were from people, it might be nice to, actually put them to good use if any of them could be useful in future. Okay, we're not going to say no to medicinal plants when you're a chronic pain person.
Yeah, no, definitely. Do me a favor, make a nature roll.
Nice, that's something she's actually proficient in. Let's see, that is a nature, that's a +8. That is a 9 + 8.
9 + 8, that's a 17. Okay. So you're not super aware of all the details. Some of these plants you've never fucking seen before. But you are able to recognize some of them, and you're able to recognize, okay, so this herb would be good for pain, this one would be good for getting rid of a fever, these ones are good for general hygiene, etc.
I think for the ones she doesn't recognize, she's gonna take part that, what's the word? Seeds or bits that can be cultivated and that sort of stuff.
Like a
Oh, you're
cutting?
gonna take a
Yeah.
clipping.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Because if she doesn't understand it, but it was in a medicinal place, and she can take it because she knows a certain furbolg who's interested in medicine and such because of his profession and is really good with nature. So this is pretty damn useful.
Yeah.
So,
Could I argue a medicine check on
Yeah.
Matthias's part to identify some of them?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I will allow that if Lynn mentions, oh, this is an herb garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I will outright say, Lynn isn't hiding anything. She is actively fascinated, and she will say that as she's going through. And she will actually, because it's medicine and we've got a cleric, she will just go. She doesn't outright say investigate it, but she does indicate just look at this.
Matthias is going
In
to
a
look.
similar vein.
Mm-hmm.
The
Can I
fuck me,
also
okay.
Nice. Can I also roll? Because I literally have a class feature that allows me to make medical poultices.
Go ahead.
I wanna
Quietly raise
roll
hand
survival.
as well.
Matthias nat 20.
Nice. I
Nice.
did not. So kind of decent.
Can I roll as well? Because I have a bird with a medicine proficiency who doesn't use it very often.
You can use your
Hey.
medicine proficiency.
Wait, hang on. Quick question. How many of us have medicine proficiency?
No.
That's a no.
Three of
There's a
us.
+2, but a no.
Oh, Christ, hello.
3 of us have medicine proficiency. I like that.
What did you roll?
I can
Nigel?
make poultices. That's my proficiency.
Bird
Igni medicine
decided to
is,
pay attention
burn
again,
it
I
better.
guess.
Nice.
Nice.
For
Nice.
funsies, what do you have in your empty little noggin, Igni, on this? That makes sense.
Nothing.
2.
What does Igni
It's
have? We use it.
plants.
6.
Lance.
Igni, these are plants. They sure do smell nice.
Better
Grab
than
one
sticky.
or two is tea for Briar. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the extent of what Igni can recognize is, oh, these ones look like tea plants that I've seen Briar use. Yoink.
Delectable tea or deadly poison?
Yeah.
Christ.
Add gecko to it, the spice of life.
God. Okay, who had the second lowest roll? That would be Lynn with the 17.
I haven't rolled again. That was from the original. Do you want me
okay.
to roll medicine?
Yeah, go ahead and...
That is a 18 plus 8.
Jesus, arseholing Christ. Okay, put that down in chat.
I'm doing.
Okay.
So the next lowest is my 18.
Yeah, okay. So Dakota, you're looking around this garden. It's kind of hard to tell what's what just because of how overgrown and messy it is. But you do find like a few things that you've seen in other ruins of similar nature. Basically in other ruins where Retrospect followers used to live. Like you do find, oh, okay, these ones, I've seen these before. These flowers are used as a sleep aid. These ones are used to help with mental health issues. These ones, these ones can cheer you up if you brew them into tea, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Hex, real quick, what's the medicine modifier for?
Oh, +9. It's a 29.
Jesus. Okay.
This boy is good at healing. He is
Cleric.
a healer.
Mm-hmm.
Cleric! Good cleric!
So, Jubilee, you're next. You actually have special perspective because you can recognize some of these as plants you have only ever seen on Memory Lane.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea how they're able to grow here, but you are able to recognize, because you've been to Memory Lane a couple times, you've visited with Lady Retrospect a couple times, and so you've been able to, learn about some of the different plants that she keeps and some of the different things that she uses them for. For example, you're able to recognize one of the herbs, which is essentially a fancy form of flax, which can be used to, basically, it can be used to extend the mortal life, because it can be spun into a thread that can latch onto your lifeline and make it longer.
Well,
Oh, he sees that. That's a moment and is like, he's not gonna say anything out loud. Okay, that's a thing to see. That's not surprising. 13. Yeah. Yeah. That's a shock, and he is wondering what the hell that's doing here.
why the fuck do you have contraband here?
Like,
Bathtub contraband?
Damn.
And my
He is
dog
just-
house,
Seen through.
faster than you think.
yeah, that is seen through. There is just, look, coming in here, he was still pretty gloomy, and like trying to be like, don't think about it, don't think about it. Boom, here's the thing to stop that train of thought, like, what is this?
Mhm.
And immediately goes over and is like, what? He's not saying anything, but there is you know, with the 17 he manages to keep any toony effects from popping up, but y'all can see.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Matthias
Yeah.
is too
Problem
busy.
there,
No, it's fine. Just weird plants is all.
Your expressions saying otherwise, and your inability to answer my question with a straight face is also saying otherwise.
I mean, I'm not lying entirely.
Just a
It's
little bit.
It's just, I mean, they're weird to be here. Yeah.
What'd you recognize, bird boy?
Uh, I have not seen these plants, outside of Memory Lane, and I don't know
Matthias's
why they're
head
here.
shoots over.
Outside of where now?
Um,
You know, and you know Memory Lane?
yes,
You,
I've been there more than once.
you, I,
Isn't that
Have you as well?
I, uh, I don't think, I don't any kind of, I don't remember.
Take it easy, don't think too hard on it. You can give yourself a headache. I
Is this
just,
memory lane?
no.
No, this is not. This is far different. There's no fake stars in the sky, for one. Which would be far more fun if there were. Unfortunately, there aren't.
Matthias just looking confused, like, no, it's not. I don't, I couldn't tell you anything. I know it's not.
Memory Lane? That's Isn't that a place that you can make a warlock pact with?
That's what Memoir is a warlock of, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
him! I know him. Wait, you lot know Memoir as well?
Yeah,
But
TikTok's
yes.
my nephew.
I don't.
Fucking tell him to close his bloody doors and not leave them open so people can just wander in.
It's a working habit. He likes it. We're trying. Honestly, he's been through enough. He's allowed to do some things. We're putting in precautions.
He can be stolen from. It's so. Okay, off topic. Regardless, point
Bring
is,
it back.
this plant should not be here, or I don't know how it's here. It's weird that it's here. That's it.
What does it do, pray chance?
A thing.
Alright.
Insightful.
Yes.
You want to get any more specific than that? Or...
Nope.
Is it something that shouldn't fall into anyone's hands?
Pretty
I'm
sure
gonna
you
guess
have
from that
to know
embarrassment
him.
it's some kind of magical weed.
I don't do.
Thank you, Dakota.
Dakota,
No,
oh my
it's not
God.
that. Well, it depends on who you ask. I'm surprised that it's here. I think if whoever was destroying this place knew what it did, then yes, they would have taken it. But I'm not at liberty to say what it does. Because, no offense to him, pointing at Matthias. But the rest of you, I don't trust as far as I can throw you. So, no,
That's
I'm
fair.
not telling you what it does.
That's fair. Alright.
Probably throw me pretty far.
You know,
I
you
mean,
would think
alternatively,
that.
he tries to huck you, and you just kind of wibble wobble to the floor like a sheet of paper. I
Yeah.
don't know how you work.
Okay, so
Oh, sorry.
alright.
Congrats, you made Matthias laugh.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, so we won't take any cuttings of it. We won't do anything. And if you two want to talk at some point, that's fine. And she does gesture between Matthias and Juby on that front. And then she just goes, I'm gonna make my way further in if that's alright with everyone. Well, I've taken some really nice cuttings from this place. It's gonna be fun to explore later on. But shall we continue? I don't want to stall anyone or anything. If you're liking it here, we can sit here.
I will note I still have to do Matthias's nature
Yep.
check.
Shit, sorry.
Or
Yep.
medicine
Sorry.
check. And I will note there was one more thing for Jubilee's medicine check.
Yep.
Which
He just had a moment.
there's actually a bed of Retrospect's favorite flowers here, because you actually know what those are. They're a special kind of poppy that only grows on Memory Lane that are bright blood red with gold at the edges.
Ah.
Gilded poppies.
Yeah. Yep. He is gonna go and collect some of those after his little, oh god, that flax is here. Uh-oh. But then nice flowers are here. And that's another distraction. And oh, wait, want those. Hang on. He needs those. Those can go on the altar. Those are good. Yes, want those.
And I will note there is also, and if you want to do your little thing that we talked about in DMs again, Noodle, there's also some overgrown branches of wisteria climbing up the archways around the courtyard.
Aww. Aww.
Bless you.
Yep.
Sneeze like a kitten.
Yeah. He's been having a time. He is it's flower time now. He is not talking to anybody else. He's having his little moment. It's fine.
Aw.
Yeah.
Matthias's turn!
Yeah.
Matthias, you are looking around, and you know your shit when it comes to medicine. And you also have a little experience with certain markets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear God, someone would probably give their soul for this garden.
Oh.
You look around this place, and this is basically a garden full of miracles. Because, yes, you have, your everyday plants and herbs and whatnot that are good for medicinal use. But there are also some things that you can tell that you have only heard of, or you have only heard mentioned, you've only seen in books. Some of these plants are considered legends, myths. And here they are.
Some of them he knows about and can't explain why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's looking around and he's not, he's gonna he takes a page from Jubilee's book and tries to school his expression. Oh, he did better than I thought, but still not good. No, wrong. Incorrect number. There we go.
13.
Yeah,
Everyone, I think,
no.
can see through that, yeah.
Let's see, that.
And that doesn't beat Bird Boy's passive.
Yeah.
Lynn's sight 21.
So, needless to say, it's pretty apparent he and Jubilee are kind of having moments. For different reasons. Jubilee's is the shock of, why is this thing here? Matthias's is how Matthias's is more odd and very much a how has this was this allowed to persist?
Mhm.
Because yeah, this is a garden, this is a miracle garden, and he knows how to use the plants. He does not know how to get cuttings of them, but he knows Lynn does. And
Mhm.
he might just in his nervous and unsure way try to direct Lynn to certain ones.
Mm.
Cause yeah, no, these are yeah.
And she does go. It's that very much that way that means she's happy to without going, I'm pleased you're making a decision sort of thing. It's just genuinely, she's having a wonderful time and she's very
He
pleased that
is
you're showing her stuff.
he
It's
is
you're
in fact wording it in the uh if you're picking stuff for Mr. Ash, then I think he'd I think he'd be interested in these here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
And
oh,
I mean, oh, go ahead.
I actually have a few specific flowers for you after
Oh,
after
hell
you
yeah.
finish your dialogue.
Mhm.
Hell yeah. Because he is basically, he's not saying get cuttings of everything, but he kind of is.
Lynn will be, except for that flax. The
Mhm.
one that the one that Jubilee's had such a reaction to, she's probably
See,
gonna leave alone.
Matthias is telling her to get the flax.
Okay. Okay.
Because
It
he doesn't, it's one of the ones he knows that he doesn't know why he knows.
okay.
Actually, on a similar vein, what's everyone's passive perceptions?
24.
A 20
Well,
22?
15.
24 isn't going to be good. Okay. Well, I beat it.
What the fuck?
Don't worry about it.
What are you
oh
doing?
boy.
I'm sure
Crimes,
Dakota's
I'm sure.
pocketing some shit, yeah.
Mhm.
Fuck me,
Don't-
damn, yeah,
Don't worry about
alright.
it.
Dakota, what are you
God.
doing?
Christ.
I am gonna have to dip in a second to do something, but
Mhm.
Lynn probably will ask Juby if she can because it's not a asking outright permission, but it is a if you would absolutely not want this in circulation anywhere, then I will leave it alone. If not,
She gets a response that is basically, do not open this, do not put this out into the world. This is Pandora's box. Do not do this.
okay. Okay.
No, don't. If this gets out, you know my history, detective. I'm more than certain.
I do.
I can tell you that people who I once worked with would have done terrible things to get a hold of something like this.
Okay.
And I don't want to think about any of that sort of stuff coming anywhere close to people who I know.
Okay.
Bias had not considered that.
Thank you
He,
for
he
informing me.
he was thinking about the helping people aspect, not the
Mhm.
how it can be used bad aspect.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's specifically why Lynn wanted to ask on this front, because she knows both sides. The incredible
Yeah.
boon and the incredible war that can be waged, because she's seen this sort of stuff because of trades.
Mm-hmm.
So she just goes, okay, that one's getting left. Everything else will get a cutting. Someone's will get more. Lynn might even, she's been trying to get into gardening. Who knows? Maybe she'll try it. Wouldn't it work? I'm going to step away for a second now after this, but I'm still listening. It's just Lynn might
Mhm.
not contribute for a minute.
All right.
Okay. Matthias, would you like your
Yeah,
list of He Who Funky special plants?
absolutely, he does.
So, first off, you recognize the bright orange leaves of sunset herb, which, when dried and ground, can be made into a very very potent sedative.
Nice.
Like, holy shit, one fucking speck of that can drop a person into a coma for 3 days.
Cool.
One leaf off of this plant is enough to fucking drop someone into a coma. So
Yep.
be careful. You can recognize the winding golden vines and star-shaped flowers of I don't actually have a name for them, so we're just gonna call them wishing stars. Not the goddess, the plant.
What color were the flowers?
They're sort of a creamy yellow-white color.
Yellow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm writing this down.
I'm also writing this down.
And you know, what's the term for the thing in the middle of the flower? The stamen?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The ends of those are shaped like little stars.
Aw, okay.
And the pollen that clings to the inside of the petals is faintly glittery. And these, you're a little shocked are here, because these are supposed to be a myth.
Ah.
Supposedly, if you learn how to use them right, they can be used as a spell component in the spell Wish.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Or at the very least, that's what would make the most sense, because the myth is that you can just make a wish on them, and that wish will come true. But that seems like a little bit of a lot for just a plant.
That does seem like a lot for just a plant, but Matthias is going to keep that in mind. Because the myth is here. Maybe there's some truth to it. Anyway, he's keeping that one in mind.
There are a few patches of this pure silvery white grass, which you know to be very hard to cultivate and very famous for their ability to numb the entire body.
Okay. What's it called?
It's not music.
Well, my brain wants to make some kind of joke based on Zydrate, but that seems inappropriate.
Zydrate Anatomy is on Matthias's playlist, so
The vegan equivalent of Zydrate.
oh, see, I was gonna call it Gravegrass.
Gravegrass, yep, that's what it's called. That's what it's called now. I have spoken. Correct. You are right.
My notes just say it's Zydrate.
It's gravegrass, which can be used to make the equivalent of Zydrate.
Mm-hmm.
And its nectar is, in fact, a bright neon blue.
Oh, I am writing that down. The nectar / extract.
Yeah, the oil / sap / nectar that you can squeeze out of these things is a bright, glowing neon blue.
Fucking perfect. I love it.
And it is known to be able to numb the entire body without shutting down the body.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn's definitely taking a healthy cutting of that one.
Because that one was a little popular on the black market.
Can't imagine why.
You don't say.
Why.
Zydrate comes in a little glass vial.
Yep. And there is also there's also a plant that is there that you don't know why it would be in a medicinal garden, but you have heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Called the heartseed plant. Supposedly, the seeds from this plant can be used to create one of the most delicious seasonings in the world. They are very sought after. They are very rare. This one is probably the biggest one you have ever seen because it is covering a whole trellis rather than just being a little tiny one in a pot. The seeds of this plant are known for being just very, 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 very tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the good shit. And the flowers are known for producing a nectar that creates the sweetest honey known to mankind if you have bees.
Okay, so
Bees! Release the bees.
Bees.
We have the wrong Kraken character in here for this
The-
one.
Yeah.
Opposite of Mad Honey.
yeah, I was about to say it's the opposite of Mad Honey. All right,
Yeah, basically. It might
because
cure
Mad Honey is actually bitter.
It might cure poison. You don't know.
Well, Mad Honey is actually poison, but you know.
Exactly. So if it's the
Yeah.
opposite of mad honey, it might cure poison. You don't know.
It may. Who knows?
You know what does cure poison? Me.
What?
I'm just gonna move past that.
Mm-hmm.
Cryptic comments.
The last flowers you find that are of particular note, Matthias,
Mm-hmm.
are kind of mixed in with those wisteria branches. They look very similar to morning glory flowers. But you know that these ones are called blue velvets. And blue velvet flowers are known for number one, again, their rarity. You have no idea how these are growing so well without anyone to take care of them, because they are notoriously hard to take care of. And number two, they are known for their healing properties. Specifically, they are known for being so you know how some plants are antiseptic?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
These are antiseptic for magic. These are curse breaker plants.
Interesting. Okay.
These are plants that can be used to make a tea or a potion or a ointment that, when put on someone, will remove curses from their person.
Cool.
These are curse breaker
All right.
plants.
Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb and just Matthias isn't going to voice what these do. Beyond, oh, this one's rare, be careful, this one is difficult to take care of. This one is extremely rare, please be careful with it.
Don't inhale the pollen off of this one, it will knock you out.
Yeah, specifically for the fucking specifically for the sunset herb, he'll just be like, don't be careful of it.
Don't sniff it.
It's a sedative, but yeah.
Don't sniff it.
Don't sniff it. It's
Right, I was very much on that front already, especially as, hey, I always wear gloves. And prestidiging between each thing, how powerful?
and he just kind of like, he's not gonna pluck a leaf, but he motions to one, and he's just 3 days.
Noted. And she, I will just say outright, Lynn is damn curious what each of these does if she can't figure it out for herself.
And he'll explain later, it's just not here.
Which, honestly, Lynn gets. Lynn does have trust in Matthias to tell her what's needed, especially with something this important.
Mhm.
So she's just doing what she does now very carefully and trusting that later will be a good time.
Yeah, he's taking a page from Jubilee of like, maybe we shouldn't explain all of it, but well, it's fine. But yeah. Oh, well, RJ also put it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. He's also going to take some of the wisteria just because I'm realizing now I'm giving him some of my interests, which are he likes poisonous plants, but that's okay.
I mean, honestly,
Don't even worry about it.
Don't
I
worry
will
about
just
it.
say, Lynn, who really likes understanding etymology and nominal determination in her head. The poison plants, eh?
Mhm.
Oleand, the poison plants. She's
Yeah.
not saying this out loud.
You know, Oleand.
Yeah, she's just taking some internal, very deep amusement in the irony.
Yeah.
Did we get a name on the poppies as well, by the way?
I just called them gilded poppies, but
That's it, yeah.
Ooh, it's a cute name.
Because fucking Dakota is gonna walk over and pick one of those and put it in his hat.
Aww.
Aww, that's adorable.
Good.
Yeah, those
It's-
are Retrospect's favorite. Those are the
It's-
ones that she grows around her palace. Which
Aw.
again, what the fuck are they doing here?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I-
Matthias doesn't know that they're important. He's just like, oh.
They're pretty.
Lynn.
And it's
Oh, sorry, you go.
I was gonna say, it's becoming increasingly apparent. Some of these that he knows, he doesn't know why he knows. He just knows.
I think Lynn is gonna just go to Matthias and go, I'm thinking of increasing the garden back at Network. Would you like some of those?
Oh,
Might be nice to tend to for yourself, eh?
I'm not, I don't know how well of a gardener I'd be,
You can get books.
but if you'd like some, then I mean, they're fine to take. They, they're just poppies. They, well, they're not just poppies, but they have the properties of poppies, so.
I get it. I mean, Sweetheart's been wanting to put some flowers in your window box. She wants to give you a window box, so it'd be a nice pop of colour.
Blink, blink, blink. He didn't know that.
And Lynn just smiles, and then he's going to very carefully. I'm going to roll hammer space to see whether she keeps pots in just. Thankfully, not fumble.
I was gonna say, and fumble.
Thankfully, no, it was a 2, not a 1.
Ah,
Kinda close, huh?
Yeah. But she is just gonna kneel down for a minute and just very calmly and carefully dig a few out on that front instead of just taking a cutting. Just get it started back at the back at Network.
yeah.
I mean, it
She's done.
possibly helps
Sorry, go.
that poppies are fun because they have seed pods that just grow on the plant.
Yeah.
She's gonna find ones that have, had all the petals shaken off to cut those. Also unpot a few, just, starting and then lay others to root next to them, that sort of thing. Will, however, have the moment after she's done it, carefully put it away in ham space, just I have kneeled down. This was a mistake.
Oh, Miss Lynn, would you like, and he makes a motion with his hand.
Yeah, much obliged.
Yep.
You just reach up. Careful not to click the joints much. There is still slight twinges, but you do get a very grateful smile.
Would you like some, and his hand glows.
Oh, no, it's not too bad today. Just probably should have stretched before I went doing that, eh?
Oh, all right. Okay.
Thanks for the offer, though. All right,
He
now,
nods.
brilliant picking garden. Shall we
Yeah,
go further in? I'm not gonna lie. I'm curious about if they have a sand bath here.
blank, blank. Yeah, and he kind of doubts that, but, you know.
I want to dream, Matthias. I want to dream.
Yeah, okay.
Let me have my dreams. And she's absolutely, it's a teasing smile on her face.
Yeah, he can tell, but just, yeah, I guess, heading further in, question mark?
Mhm.
Iggy's been waiting for the nerds to wrap up their plant thing.
Yeah.
Igni.
Hang on, we're sorting out a quick thing.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Because, hee-hoo, flower things.
Oh boy.
Can I get an F for my needles? No, the tips
no.
just snapped.
Oh no!
F.
F.
God. No, something. Lynn is going to outright make a note on something as well, because Lynn may have started getting into floriography just a bit recently. And so she's gonna later on see. She's later on gonna see if she can pick up a book at the library on the floriography, because she wants to understand this stuff. She wants to see if there's symbolism to these plants.
Haha.
She wants to know.
Be wild. Be wild, you are playing with fire.
Whirlybird, we played with fire a while back, and you got me hooked on floriography. This was your own doing.
I point at Matthias. Hee-hoo.
I know. Trust me, Lynn with her etymology and nominal determination and stuff has been looking at Matthias as well.
Hee-hoo.
She does research people's names. It's one of her hobbies. She finds out a lot that just seems strangely ironic. Anyway.
Thank you for reminding me I named a person Gregory Danty. That doesn't mean shit.
I know. It's brilliant.
I love him with all of my heart.
Well, you can derive certain things from it if you want to. I've had fun. Anyway, another day.
I would love to see you tie Dakota into whatever the fuck this guy does.
Also real kind. The rules don't apply. The rules of irony.
Yeah.
And yet,
Right.
Matthias Oleand.
Yep.
Well.
Matthias is a special case.
Matthias is a
Anyhow.
special boy.
Before we get the air horn.
Mm-hmm.
I will air horn you motherfuckers. Don't test me.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are heading further in, right?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So the first thing you come across is a sort of locker room. Where you can assume people dropped off clothes.
Is it sealed or is it because I just remembered how many of these people have thieves' tools and I laugh.
It's an open room. I am
Okay.
heeing and hooing at you.
Yep. Matthias is going in.
We're going exploring. We're going
Yep.
exploring. These people are long gone. It's free range clickies. Let's see, that is an investigation, I presume here.
Mm-hmm.
I just rolled perception.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll do
I
perception.
know it's higher, but I specifically want to roll this so that I can type something in the hashtag thing for it. So give me
Of course.
a sec. Oh,
You don't need to hash it for Aubrey, by the way.
oh, don't you?
No.
Nope. You just type.
Nice. Okay, give me 2
Program
seconds.
differently.
Damn it.
Hex out here rolling pre-seppy.
Yeah, Presepi. There's a reason.
You forgot the R in that.
I know, and I'm doing it now because I wanted to. There we go. The investigation.
Okay, so we got an 18, a 13, a 27, and a 24.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at 22.
Oh, and a 22. Sorry, I thought that was from before. Okay, so
No.
you guys walk into this room. It's kind of big and empty and echoey. You can tell that because there's like a couple couches scattered around. They are very dusty. There's a couple, like, racks with towels. So this is presumably where people would have also come to dry off after their bath. But most notable is the rows upon rows upon rows upon rows upon rows of little cubbies.
Mhm.
Little
Mhm.
cubbies with glass doors on the front of them.
And the glass is still intact?
That was what I was thinking.
On most of them, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
This place really wasn't ransacked.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. It went pretty much ignored. And inside of some of those glass cubbies, you can see little different stacks of clothing, maybe a couple different pieces of jewelry that got left behind, maybe a bag or two of someone's belongings, that sort of thing. And you can also see a couple little cabinets with different shelves of different kinds of shampoos and body washes and lotions and that sort of thing.
Mhm.
Probably a
I
good
need
idea
help.
not to touch, seeing as we know what happens to certain things after a long period of time. We don't want to touch the fuzzy things.
Oh, Juby.
I was gonna say, you gonna
You're
try and
saying
get
that to a thief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying that in the we don't want to touch things with mold in them.
You'd be
Um,
surprised. These people are very good at keeping things preserved, but
I know
Apparently.
this at the same time. They've been
Well,
Yeah.
that beats my passive perception. I've got the highest in the group, so
Damn.
ADM.
yes.
very well.
Bird Boy wanna steal.
What would Bird Boy like to steal?
Um,
Everything.
jewelry and any of the clothes that look like they would fit him. He wants to just immediately tuck into hammer space when no one is looking at him.
Yep. Matthias cannot beat that, actually.
He
Fucking
wants steal.
Dakota has headed over to take a look at some of the jewelry on there, so I don't think he'd be able to get it all, but
Yeah. No, it's as much as he can that no one is looking at him. It's bird brain go, ooh, shiny, need that.
Mm-hmm.
Had bad day, need shinies.
Nice.
Bird Boy wants
It-
shiny.
He's a material bird.
Give us sparkly, give us twinkly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with a fucking 31, yeah, you managed to steal, like, a fucking wardrobe's worth of clothes.
Nice.
You managed to steal,
Yeah.
Matthias to himself. Weren't those cubbies full?
you managed to steal, like, a wardrobe's worth of clothes and a jewelry box's worth of different pieces.
Mm-hmm.
What's everyone else doing?
Matthias is kind of peeking, or like he's looking around at this, but it's once it becomes kind of apparent to him, at least, that this is just like basically a changing slash locker area. He's not moving on. He's waiting because he's a good boy. He's being a very good boy, waiting for the rest of the group. But he is just kind of like standing at the edge, the next area, waiting for everybody.
I think similar to Dakota, but for a slightly different reason, probably. Lynn's gonna check out the jewelry just to see what kind of type it is. Because when she thinks of jewelry, I'm not gonna lie, she thinks of TikTok. Okay? She thinks of her TikTok, and she's kind of curious how these people make their jewelry, what it's made of, that sort of thing.
Okay. Running off of your investigation. Your Linvestigation, as it were. The jewelry here is made of that same material, somewhere between silver and gold and platinum, that Matthias's watch and Memoir's watch and Jubilee's watch are all made of. This metal that you keep seeing pop up in various places around Requiem that you haven't seen anywhere else in the world. They had an abundance of whatever this metal was. And you are sorting through it, and a lot of it is like different pieces and chains made from these. There's a couple different necklaces. There are some woven bracelets made of wires of this metal, and there's a lot of colored glass used as the stones instead of using gemstones, because you're in a desert. There's lots of sand. Sand makes glass.
Mm-hmm.
And quite a few of the gems that you'd find in a desert are actually poisonous. It's rather intriguing. It's really. We are not getting into that. The
Nope.
world is grabbing the Bewild by the throat. No. But is just taking that in. Yeah, she is gonna take some, but she is doing it openly instead of, trying to sneak it into a pocket. She is holding it in her hand for a minute as she's looking through. This is our heritage for Matthias and also related to TikTok, and so.
Yeah, I will note the style is actually very similar to Memoir's handiwork.
It makes sense from all the conclusions she's been slowly drawing the more she thinks about TikTok. Yeah. This will be good. And once she's done doing that, she is gonna vibe by Matthias.
How about Dakota? What's Dakota up to?
He's looking at jewelry. He's doing the standard archaeology things.
Archaeological actions.
He is. This is. I was say this is like an archaeological haven for him because it's
No,
like
100%. He's
everyday
not showing it
people
much.
shit. Oh my god.
He's not showing it much, but he's real fucking excited because this is kind of the find of a lifetime, or the find of one of his lifetimes.
Dakota quietly vibrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of. I don't think I can quite understate how rare it is to find an example of everyday life preserved with suchness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In such a good quality state.
Yeah.
Everything here seems perfectly preserved, as if at any second people could come right back in.
Especially because this building is relatively untouched. And it's relatively untouched by evacuation and by war. This building, more than anywhere else we've gone before, gives an insight into what life was like in this city.
Yeah.
Other places, there's people trying to flee. The buildings are broken from explosions. There's corpses left behind. This place is untouched by all that.
I
I'm
actually
so
have
fucking excited.
I have actually had a random thought before Lynn goes over to Matthias. She is actually she's gonna turn to Dakota and go, you want any pictures of this place?
If you can spare him, I'd appreciate him.
Tell you what, I got a roll. And she's gonna go into Hammer's face, and then she's gonna hand over the camera and a fresh roll and just go, take as many as you want here.
He will start taking pictures of everything.
She's done a
For
good
the shiggles, I might make a luck roll to see if he accidentally pictures Juby fucking stealing something.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Do it.
One
Why
of those
not?
after the fact when he's developing it, and he just goes, "Oh, son of a bitch."
That'd be funny.
That's a 16.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh.
in the background of one of these photos, when you develop them, you're gonna see Juby in just like cryptid pose.
Bird have shiny.
Bird have shinies.
Where'd all this go? Oh, that's where that all went.
Yeah.
The thing that you just set down immediately in Bird's hand.
I will note. Go ahead.
I don't think he sets anything down so much more than he does. He's wearing gloves. You're not quite sure where he got them from, but he'll carefully pick up a piece look it over, make some notes on a small sheaf of paper that he's pulled out of a pocket, and then very carefully wrap it in some cloth or something that he's pulled out of his bag of holding, and then put that in a small bag with a label that he's like written, and then put that in his bag of holding. So he's getting like actual samples of the
Yeah.
jewelry,
Nice.
where they
That
were
makes
found, what they're
smart.
made of, and as far as he can tell, shit like that.
Yeah.
Actual history nerd is very proud of this. Bird is like, damn, less Chinese.
Damn.
I will note
Spoiled again.
a couple things that would be noted by someone who A, has studied this culture before, and B, is interested in archaeology. One of the recurring shapes seems to be that sort of, like, the same shape as the graves outside the city. As well as dodecagons. They really seem to like the number 12 here. Also the number 4. Also the number 3. Also the number 7.
They like numbers.
They do like numbers. And there's also mosaics on the wall, which... Hey, Dakota, this feels very acronistic, because that's a fucking train!
Hello?
Train?
These mosaics must have been made thousands of years ago. That's a fucking train.
Prophecy.
And, Jubilee, you, if you were to look at the mosaic on the wall specifically, you recognize that's the Golden Afternoon train.
Yeah, I figured he would look and be like, oh, that's not new. Huh.
You know that train?
Yes, I've been on that train.
Blink, blink. What?
That how you get to Memory Lane, then?
That's how
Is
you
it?
get out.
Yeah, it's, well, I mean, not getting there. Getting out of there, yes. Haven't been able to ride it in, though I think that would be an interesting journey at the very least.
Fair enough.
Specifically, the mosaic depicts the Golden Afternoon train winding through a field of stars over top of a pitch black sea.
Lynn is definitely asking Dakota to take an extra shot of that.
Yeah, no, he's definitely getting plenty of pictures of that. Making sure he can get one of the entire thing and then one of sections to get closer views of details.
I will note,
And a couple more for Lynn.
I will note the little mosaic chips that are used to make up the ocean. If anyone here knows their rocks, cough cough.
I would probably know my rocks in character.
Those are made of
wild.
Those are made of the glassy type of obsidian.
Mm.
Slaps of the wild. No, we're not going off on the tangents. We're not going off on the tangents.
I mean, if you want to shove a hand up Dakota's ass and work him like a puppet to go off about this in character.
Can you use a
Hate that
different
mental image.
descriptor?
Hate that mental
That is a way to phrase it.
That's certainly a way to phrase that. RJ, why are you like this?
Okay. So, the one thing that I have to say is the specific type of so obsidian is a volcanic, okay? It's a volcanic. You can only get it by extreme temperatures, and it has to be made with a very specific chemical composition. Because pumice and obsidian are the exact same rock, just formed in different types of volcano. So you can actually technically manufacture both in the same place. It's just how much heat you use. And to get the specific glassiness, you have to heat it up incredibly hot and then cool it quickly. And you can't cool it specifically with water. If you do it with water, that's how you get a pyroclastic bomb. And that is fun in and of itself. You have to cool it with air in a very specific way. And if we try and model it, the way you do so is by basically jet blasting it. You have to do that in a specific way, otherwise you get air bubbles. And so this entire process is incredible, especially if it's a glossy smoothness. And you would have to have that for this. In fact, how you would get the obsidian to crack to make a mosaic in this way, to get it so thin as it's doing it, these people had to be genius or make cleavages into it once they had made a hunk of it. And in and of itself, doing that is incredible, to get it this thin and possibly polished, possibly not, we don't know. I don't know on this front, and I'm going into the...
Well,
It's
there
fun.
they go.
The
Dakota
type-
info dump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The type of magma that you have to do for this and the process to make it in the way that you are is incredible. And Dakota, honestly, if you are not getting the internal zoomies at this, I am astounded.
I mean,
Matthias is like
his thing
enraptured.
His thing is usually objects rather than rocks, but he knows some stuff.
Yeah. The felsic chemistry within this is beautiful, and you should be very happy.
I have a small thing to add on, not with rocks, but I don't know rocks. But Bird has a certain music box that he may have stolen from a certain memoir that he does pull out of his hammer space. And noticing they are all quite enraptured with the mosaic does let that play a little bit, because that particular music box plays the tune that is the whistle of the Golden Afternoon line.
Hey DM, would Matthias recognize that?
Roll me a d20.
Or no? Okay. Let's see. That's a 13.
Yes.
That tune plays, Jubilee, and you hear Matthias's you see Matthias's ears kind of do a little twitch, and then he turns and looks around curiously, as if he recognizes it, and he doesn't know where from.
Do you want to borrow this?
What? Huh?
He holds up the music box that is still playing the tune. This. It's a whistle for the train.
It's yours. I don't want. I wouldn't want to.
Well, technically I stole it, so it's not really mine. But
I'm sorry, you did what?
Just a regular kleptomaniac.
don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well, at least you're an honest thief.
Sounds like an oxymoron, honestly.
Point is,
RJ,
If
you
you
have asked
want-
me a question in DMs. You are also going to have to roll a d20. Continue.
point is, if you want to borrow it, I'm offering. I have the tune memorized. I can play it on my guitar if I want it. But it's a bit hard to find this tune easily. So,
You can tell. Yes, he wants.
he does hold it out in offer. Like, take it.
Matthias does eventually take it. Thank you. Thanks.
Not a
Short.
problem.
Short, like nod bow.
Yeah. No, don't do the bow thing. Please.
Not like a full bow, just like a duck of the head.
Yeah, even so, he still says it. It's like, no.
Oh, apologies.
No, you don't need to apologize. You just don't need to be formal. I think I am the last person here who anyone needs to be formal with.
Jubilee sitting here like, I don't need respect.
I don't require respect.
It's weird for him to get
Never heard
respect.
of her.
It's like
Just
I
the
am
one guy
treated
who's
like
called Prince in fucking Requiem.
Yo,
yeah. Yeah, he's like, it's weird.
You don't like
I'm not
that.
used to this.
Surprise, everybody gets this treatment from Matthias.
Hmm.
At least you're meeting him after he finally managed to break the thank you, sir, ma'am, every time he's given
God.
something.
Oh,
And
buddy.
we are proud of him for this.
Yup.
Baby steps of growth.
But that being said, um, aside from the cabinet of soaps, which no one has interacted with yet, you guys have pretty much scooped the entire place. What would you like to do?
Igni can poke
I was about to
soaps.
say, Igni, go have
Igni.
fun with the soaps. Igni, go have
Igni,
fun
bite
with
a
the soaps.
soap.
Listen, she's
Bite.
the jewelry's shiny, but everyone else is poking around that, and it's not like she's gonna take it. And the mosaic is neat, and things Dakota has to say about it. Oh, lots of heat. All right, but there's stuff that's like smells good. Go sniff.
Understandable and valid.
Go sniff.
Sniff, sniff, sniff.
Sneef, sneef.
God, for a minute, I completely forgot that soaps have a smell for a second.
Yes,
Paradox.
they do in fact tend to have a smell.
God, that's a
Um,
novel.
Even the scentless ones have a smell, which
Yup.
sounds
What?
paradoxical, but it's true.
Oh,
They have the scent of lie and, well,
Scent of scentlessness.
yeah.
Scent of soap.
Have fun
They
understanding that.
don't have an added scent, so they end up smelling like soap smells without added scents.
Yeah.
They smell like
oh,
soap.
that's weird. That's weird. That's going to be something I wrap my head around. Let me go sniff. I'm having a crisis.
It smells like how cilantro tastes. Does that help?
Ah, you're a super taster. Anyway.
Igni.
Yeah.
Roll me investigation.
Oh boy, I have
On soap.
not quite none modifier, but hey, all right. Seems pretty good.
Soap investigation.
Yep. 16 investigation.
16. Okay, yeah. So you walk over to one of these many, many cabinets full of these different soaps and shampoos and body washes and all these fancy things in glass bottles and jars and whatnot. And you open up the cabinet, and inside there are many, 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 many little jars and bottles and vials for your perusal. Which would you like to look at first?
Whatever is closest, she's picking up.
Okay, you pick up
Sniff, sniff, shake, shake.
You pick up a little glass jar, kind of short, very wide, and you unscrew the top, and inside is a sort of lotion, and you sniff it, and it smells like those wisteria flowers from outside.
Poke finger.
It feels like lotion.
Don't lick it. Don't lick it. Don't lick it.
Are you saying that in
You're
character?
not.
I'm not. The big wild, am staring down at the Igni from our fine place up in the sky going, don't do it. Don't do it.
You know, she certainly moves to, and then she thinks about it. Lick.
Ick. Nip. Nim.
Little man.
It
Does it taste as good as it smells?
It tastes kind of sweet. It has a very creamy texture. Doesn't taste as good as it smells, but it doesn't taste bad. It tastes like lotion.
Yeah, fair enough.
How many of us have eaten lotion?
You guys
I'm
haven't
not
eaten
one.
lotion at some point in your life?
No.
Igni has.
You
Which,
guys-
on that note,
I suspect I probably would have eaten lotion by accident by this point if I didn't hate the way it feels.
Fair. I have intentionally eaten lotion because I'm feral and terrible.
This does not surprise me, and yet I love you.
well, Igni's just gonna go poking around at like the other stuff, and if it's Basically, she's just gonna figure out what she likes best.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do they have honey scrubs?
They do.
Igni's gonna like that.
Honey
It's,
and sugar
like-
scrubs.
Yeah, honey, sugar, and like honey, sugar, salt scrubs. I remember those. Those were what I used to have after sailing. They taste that tastes good.
Yep, fair enough.
There's a couple vials with different bath salts in them. There's, again, lots of little bottles of different kinds of soaps and shampoos of different smells, although the most common theme seems to be either rosemary or some kind of flower. Usually poppies, sometimes wisteria. Also, sometimes there's mint in there, and you don't know how that got there.
Because it's mint.
Minty
It's
fresh.
ubiquitous. It's everywhere. You cannot escape it.
You know
Yep.
what? The thing I'm damn impressed about is if there is mint here, there is not, all of what we just came through being covered in mint. The mint is kept somewhere else.
Yep.
This
Yeah.
is why they're such exceptional gardeners. That isn't happening,
Yeah.
even
It's
unattended.
in the agricultural section. We'll get to that and get to the army of moss or army of mint moss.
You're gonna just find one field that is just all mint.
I mean,
Mint.
don't chickens eat that?
Yes.
No. Chickens don't? Chickens don't. No. Chickens eat typically bugs and like worms and like they're more omnivorous than you think.
Omnivorous, primarily insectivore. What I
Yeah.
remember.
Oh, it's parrots I'm thinking of. It's parrots that eat mint.
Well, I
There
think
was-
Igni is going to end up pocketing a poppy soap or lotion. There's
Mhm.
plenty here.
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
She can have one as a treat.
As a treat.
Man, no one else is going to use it.
Exactly.
With that uncovered, are we ready to visit the pièce de résistance?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. So y'all reconvene at the exit to the locker room, which has a sort of patterned curtain over it, because naked.
Mm-hmm.
They naked.
Hey, Nakey.
And it gives way into a absolutely massive bathing room. With like the main feature in the middle being this giant swimming pool.
Whoa.
Really, really big pool.
Picnic.
Which is being fed by these little fountains off the side of it. The fountains are shaped like little birds. All of them spitting water into this swimming pool.
And the pool is full, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ah. My needle.
Oh wow.
Stitch
Matthias,
safe, don't mind me.
Sorry, Lynn. Looks like no sand bath.
It's okay. It's okay. The heartbreak shall mend with time. I wonder what the water like. I wonder if the water quality is here different. I mean, different. Different
Igni's
like, there
dipping
was-
a toe in.
Yeah, I was gonna say Matthias is kind of leading down to look.
Splish splash.
Lynn for a case has probably had to do, chlorine and that sort of stuff, because you'd be surprised how many murders and such happen at a pool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But she's curious on like how is this kept purified, that sort of thing.
So who is touching water?
Matthias.
Igni is.
Both of them.
He is not yet.
And Matthias and Igni have splish splashed.
Yes.
It's just like a hand, yeah.
Igni's doing like a foot.
First thing you will notice, this water is cold.
Displeased hiss.
Like, this water is so cold it feels like ice melt.
You do this to the fire bean.
Yeah, she straight up hisses and yanks the foot out.
To
Not
go.
to your liking.
It's supposed to be a bathhouse. It's
Mhm.
supposed to be warm.
I mean, not always.
Matthias looks
bathhouse-
around. Is there something with which to conceivably warm up water?
Roll investigation for that. And I will note, the one other thing that you would get by touching the water is the water is moving.
It's Okay, so there's a current.
Yes.
Okay, what's your investigation? I know it's not as good as your fucking Okay.
$19. Okay. How willing is Matthias to wander off from the group?
Not well. If everyone's spreading out, he'll mosey in the area a bit. But if everyone's staying kind of grouped together, then he's not straying too far.
Okay, I will say if Matthias wants to go off wandering, Lynn will go with him, just so
He's-
we keep the buddy system and so he can go explore, because she's naturally
He's-
going to just wander.
He's not going to lead anything. It's he's looking around. He glances back at the group, like he does not like an obvious glance, but it's the making note of, is everybody still kind of together? Yeah, okay, so nothing in this immediate area. No looking around then. Like this isn't an obvious broadcast of what he's looking for, or if that he's looking for anything. He is clearly, from what you can see, just kind of taking everything in.
But with that
But
night,
we'll be going off about the structure of different paths if allowed, so.
Mhm.
with that 19, I will note, there are these open doorways on either side of this big bath that lead into like smaller chambers, from what you can tell, and from a couple of them, you can see steam.
Blink, blink.
Hmm.
I think there might be a separate area, with the heated water, Igni.
If you point a direction Igni's going.
Yeah, he's gonna motion. He's mostly sounds very confused because, like, it's still hot?
These people were magical geniuses.
I know this.
It's
Me.
still sinking in.
It's Matthias. It's
And also
still
Matthias
sinking
didn't
in.
directly see the, bit that was still on fire.
Yeah.
I will say, as they made their way over here, Lynn will have filled in Matthias just because she said she would. But also, just shout out to desert places, because you can technically make a self-fulfilling current of the water by heating it up in a certain place, having it pool, and siphoning it round and round. Especially in a desert, you can keep that going decently as long as you have a correct pool that hits the sunlight at certain times of the day.
Nice.
Oh, there we go.
Um,
Geographer Cookie, get back in the brain box.
so, are we going into the smaller chamber?
Yep.
Yeah. Warm water.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a little moseying. We're gonna do a little moseying around.
We're
So-
apparently going to be here for a while. We may as well know where to get a nice bath, and B, make sure that we can get a nice bath.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Igni's got the correct priorities. Anyway, continue.
minus the people in the photo, because there aren't people here, obviously, it's very abandoned. You actually find in one of these smaller chambers a much smaller, but still decently sized pool of bubbling warm water. And there are glyphs carved into the sides of the pool that are glowing in a warm orange color.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, ain't that a sight?
And sunlight is peeking into the building through holes in the ceiling.
That. Oh.
There we go. Now that's a bath.
The things I am handed. Okay.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Stares at you.
Stairs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Bath time.
Oh, and I will note, because I forgot to mention this part, there is a sort of fountain effect around the edge of this pool where
Ooh,
kind of like rain almost, water
little
is
drizzle.
streaming from the ceiling and into the bath, which is weird because the bath isn't overflowing.
Hmm.
This is a fairly constant stream, but the bath has not overflowed.
Which Matthias, again, he'll stick his hand in to see if there is a current.
Yeah.
There is, and this time the current seems to be pulling down.
Okay. So he kind of like, huh. I wonder where.
Matthias, I hope you're ready to potentially get splashed. Igni's
Yeah, how deep is that pool?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
They're both going in.
Yeah.
The pool is about 5 feet deep.
Cool. Deep enough to jump. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Sploosh.
I'm
That
saying here and now, Lynn doesn't like water, so Lynn is standing back and she kind of wants to see how this goes down.
Mm-hmm.
There's a surprised squawk because I'm gonna say Matthias does get splashed.
Yeah.
There
Cloak
it
is tossed
goes.
off to the side before Juby jumps in. Just because he doesn't want that soaked, but he does not care about the rest of his clothes.
That can be prestidiged.
Into the
Washing
bath!
and his clothes.
Oh my god.
Into the bath with you!
Into the
Yeah.
bath with you.
Whoa,
Watch me stinky.
water.
Whoa,
Scrub a
okay.
dub a dub. Actually, question: Igni,
Oh.
did you put
Oh,
Igni probably put the poppy stuff in Hammer's face instead of keeping it on her. Damn, that would have been amusing.
Yeah, it
Love.
is safely tucked in hammer space. She will use it when she'll use it.
Mm-hmm.
She's just basically testing this out right now and luxuriating.
Nice.
Floats on back, cape, spread out, swoosh.
Happy.
It is a very, very warm bath. Like, this is the kind of bath you take when you want to boil yourself like a lobster.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
The best kind.
Boil like a lobster.
Oh fuck! I've just reached the next point in the knit design, and oh no.
Well,
Hey, great and powerful DM, I have a question.
Hello, beloved player. I may have an answer.
Bird Boy has big wings. If he wanted to shake those wings out, purposefully trying to splash everyone because he is an asshole and thinks it would be funny. How would roll be required?
You can do the thing. Everyone else needs to roll a dex save.
yeah.
I mean, Dakota has already walked off to go explore other parts, so
Dakota
Fair.
is not in here.
yeah.
Lynn specifically.
Oh.
Okay, hang on. Let me check her. What's your? Okay, you're gonna be fine. I think this is Torment Matthias. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Because Lynn stayed in the doorway so that she could see what was going
Oh.
on and think about stuff.
oh,
Get absolutely
Matthias's turn for
soaked.
sudden rain shower.
Nat one that. He
He's
is
already in the drink. If anything, it might be a deck save to not get landed on if Juby's aiming for her.
I think Juby is
I
already
just, like-
in the water. He's just
Yeah,
being
he's
a little
already-
asshole
Okay,
bird.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he was in the water and him have big wings and want to whoosh them out of the water to try and splash people.
I think Matthias falls in with a nat 1.
Yeah, no, you... Matthias, get dunked.
There's a surprised squawk, and then, yep, there he goes.
Bath time.
Oh, this
Bath time
feels
for the
good.
changeling.
Lynn's gonna watch until Matthias emerges to squawk.
He's scrambling out. He's just like
Sad wet cat.
he is a sad wet cat. He was in so many layers.
Alright, come here. I got prestidige.
He's
I got
taking off layers, like he's pulling off the cloak and his hair.
Matthias, you just hold still a minute. I got prestidige. I'll cast it enough times. Don't worry.
Yep, he stops. He stops moving. He's just like yep.
He got dunked.
He got dunked.
Lynn is definitely committing this image of him coming out the pool, Igni sprawled on the side, Juby absolutely just elated. She's committing it to memory. She is going to sketch this later. And she's just casting prestidige after prestidige after prestidige.
It takes so many to get his fucking hair dry.
I mean, I gesture at Lynn, who is literally chinchilla.
Yeah.
And she knows. And so after she's eventually got him dry, it's just like, I'm gonna go look for Dakota. You two have fun in here.
Oh, you don't want to come in. The water's wonderful, detective.
I am. This fur is hydrophobic. If I get wet, I'm gonna stay wet. And honestly, I've only got so much hand movement for the prestidige, so you enjoy it. I'll see if there's a sand bath. I want to find the sand. Have fun, you two. And then she's turning and she's walking out.
God.
Igni slowly spinning in place in the water, starfished.
Igni is that gif of Goofy.
Oh my god.
Did you call it a gif?
Okay, guys, I will air horn you.
Oh.
Where's Dakota got off to?
RJ, that's a question for you. Where's Dakota?
Why don't you roll a perception?
Sure.
Oh, I will note, by the way, the main pool is not open air, but there are very large windows close to the ceiling that let in sunlight.
Okay, cool.
This whole place is very, like, natural lighting.
Mm-hmm.
Dakota has headed back to that flag room from before. Is kind of just quietly staring at the gilded poppies.
Lynn's not gonna interrupt. She is probably just... You know where this place went further in? She's probably just gonna lean against the doorway. Just admire the flowers. She knows where he is and everything. Just... Not quite quiet companionship or anything, just... She doesn't interrupt.
Let me guess. The others all knock themselves into the pools?
Yep. Yeah, they're getting their enrichment in. Those are beautiful.
No.
You ever seen them before, or...?
He does not answer.
She nods at that. For all she's someone who presses a lot of things, this feels special in a vein. Do you want to talk, or do you want silence for this?
I mean, I think you should head back to the others before they really soak themselves. personally. But
They got prestige. That take the time you need. I'll corral them. Let's see who's a wet cat now. And she just, as she says that, she does just mosey back in, but she's letting him have time. To break things up and, add some humor back into it,
Yeah.
she's gonna mosey around the room. And then as she goes back in, it's just like, so we got any more wet cats? Any more waterworks in here?
Meow.
Seriously, where is the sand bath? Why? Why do you people not? Why have you failed me? Glorious
Well,
people have so
The
much.
sand
mean-
bath is outside the
Yeah.
walls.
There's an entire desert out there.
Yeah, but it's like mud baths. You have special mud for mud baths. You don't. Well, you can just go out sprawling. That's fun. That's enrichment at the same time. It's your specialized sand. You failed me. You failed me. And then she pauses for a moment, and then she makes a like dramatic little monkey noise, just hands to the sky. Just
They have a lot going for them, but they're sadly not perfect.
a shame and a pity. Oh well. I shall find a nice sand later on. I shall find nice sand, and I shall get my bath time.
Matthias making quiet mental notes. Get good sand.
Good sand needed.
It's
Matthias take an inspiration point.
Hey.
It's Matthias. All of this lamenting, you now realize why every now and then the bathroom of Network is inexplicably sandy. Got a bathtub and everything. It's just every now and then when Lynn's been in there a while, there's just sand everywhere.
He's been too scared to question it.
He really has, and now
Oh, I finally found an image on Pinterest that is kind of the vibes of the main pool.
Ew.
Is like this, except the ceiling is really big mosaic. And if you want to know more about it, you'll have to do investigation on it. But yeah.
Lynn did a mosey. I'm rolling.
Alright.
What role did you say it was again?
Investigation to investigate the He Who Funky mural on the ceiling.
Nice. All right. Okay. I got a good one. I got a good one for my investigation. That was a 22.
All right, Lynn. You stare at this mosaic and you realize it's in sections. And you kind of start at one end of the room and move through, and you realize it's a story.
Oh.
It's a story mosaic. It tells a story. You don't know the exact story because you've never heard it, but you can see it starts with a bunch of little stars, and then those stars have gone out except for one, the smallest of them.
I know this story.
I know this one as well.
All but the smallest of the stars have gone out, and the darkness on the ceiling, again, it's that same obsidian used for the mosaic in the locker room to make the sea is used for whatever this darkness is. It opens its mouth and tries to draw in this little light, and time again, the light manages to escape it, manages to trick its way out, until it manages to rise above the sea with the help of a captive island that it freed. And along the back wall, where that window is in the photograph, along that entire back wall is the image of a figure entirely made of these golden tiles, these golden glowing tiles with that star symbol at the chest, holding a spark of light and standing on this island above the sea of pitch black water and smiling.
A bright light escaping the obsidian oblivion of pitch black. Oh, you have got a remarkable story. Fascinating. And while she's waiting for the others to, finish doing their bath shenanigans, she's gonna pick a spot and she's gonna sit down and she's gonna open up her book, like one of her journals that she has, and she's gonna get to sketching it all. I think to spare Matthias any more dunking, especially as this is probably going to be more up his street, she does send him a message of when he gets the chance, look up.
Yeah, okay. He gets the message, or does he? Messages transmute, right?
Let me check spells.
Yeah, it's okay, it's transmutation. Okay, cool. So yeah, he does get that, and
This
curious,
spell
like,
says trans rights.
this does. So he gets the spell, and he does, like, kind of trot, like, pad his way over to Lynn, and then looks up, and, oh.
I apologize if you guys can hear my dogs howling in the background.
I mean, yes, but no, it's fine. Like,
It's
they're
all
not
good.
loud. They're not loud,
They're
so.
very loud to me. But yeah,
think-
there is a story
Correct,
on the
yeah.
ceiling and on the walls.
He doesn't know it, but he feels like he should.
Oh.
And he's just following it, like, with that same sort of fascinated look that he's had for a lot of things here.
No. I think with how this seems such a important story, perhaps you can inquire with Keeper.
Sure, I can ask Keeper. He's,
Might be nice for both of you.
okay.
Do as you do. And she smiles and then she gets back to sketching.
Not sure how to handle that. He's just kind of like,
You have a source of information.
She's
you
not
can
gonna-
get your
I
questions
know.
answered.
I know this.
Yeah.
I know this. Listen, everything happens so much.
Yeah. There's a specific reason why Lynn's not pressing it any further. It's he can take the steps when he's ready. And he knows it would be good for both of them, so even if he won't do it for himself, perhaps he'll do it for her. As in Keeper.
Yeah.
Lynn doesn't know. Lynn's here
Robo
to make
Gam
the
Gam.
connections for people. Yeah. Lynn's here to make the connections for people and then let them do their own thing. That's what she does.
Although I have to admit, we have an archaeologist in our party, and we have Jubilee in our party, and I very much am curious to know what they would think of He Who Funky Ceiling Mosaic.
Yeah.
It's when others
Dakota
convene
is
in,
taking
Lynn's gonna...
photos.
Yeah. Lynn's still giving him the camera until they leave this place so that he can go absolutely ham. She gave him an entire role.
Yep.
Go, archaeology boy, go.
We'll roll. Let's see if Bird Boy pays attention. Unless Lynn would point it out, right?
Matthias
Yeah.
will point it out.
Matthias would?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, if you want to roll something, roll history to figure out if you know this story. Because I know I've sent it to you, Noodle, but I don't
Yeah.
know if this is a story Jubilee would have been told.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He
Let's
might
see.
have if he asked for stories, but let's roll history.
Oh, in that case, yeah, I mean, he would have. That's a 10, but
Have advantage if he would have asked.
yeah, because
You want to? Do
this
you
is
want to
Bird's
do?
son.
You can
Yeah,
have
I'll
it.
take a d6.
You can have it.
Yeah. That's cocked. Okay.
Do you want
You're
to just
having no luck with any dice ever.
do you
All
just
right, that
want to have
becomes
a
a 6.
success?
It became a 16. I don't know if that would be enough.
That's actually pretty good.
Given that you were told the story and it's above a 15, I'll say yes.
Hmm.
You recognize, that's the story of how Retrospect was born.
Yeah. I think when it's pointed out to him, he does take a minute or two looking at the pictures because, when you're told a story, you have your own image of things in your head and how it
Mhm.
goes. And it takes him a second of looking, and then he kind of mutters to himself a little bit like, "Oh, I know this fairy tale. Huh.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah.
True.
I mean, the story seems to be fairly obvious. All the lights were eaten by, what is it? Not oblivion? Might be oblivion. I don't remember the exact words to it. It's. I'll admit, I kind of fell asleep towards the end. Um, but no,
Well.
this is gathered light tricked the sea. This is the story of Memory Lane and Retro.
Oh,
Hardcore origin story.
fascinating.
Yeah, it's how she came. It's how she was.
Mm-hmm.
Matthias is one.
Admittedly, she
Okay.
tells it much better than I do.
Ah,
I mean, I could give it a shot later on if you give me a bit of time to think it over.
Bedtime story.
Might be.
Sure.
yeah, cool. You actually rolled really well for that one. All right.
Oh.
No, don't
It's
worry.
something we got. Curiouser and curiouser.
No, it's fine.
Hmm.
I'm curious.
Concern.
I'm
No, it's fine.
concerned.
No, it's
Is
fine.
this something we got? Is this something we got to roll inside on?
Only if you think that they would be looking at him for that reaction, because it's a casual like.
Bold of you to assume that Lynn isn't always keeping a little tab on the people in this party, especially her person.
Juby doesn't
Yeah.
know what to look for, so I'm not going to roll, unfortunately.
And I have a
this,
Igni.
I think this just makes it. Yes!
Dakota will roll. He's, all those
Mhm.
dicks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that definitely beats it.
Oh boy.
Mhm.
It's a 19 and I have a +4, so.
Oh well. Wow.
23 and 23.
Yeah. Okay. So you both. Jubilee says. She tells it much better, and there is just that nag of like. It's not jealousy. It's very clearly hurt.
Oh.
Yeah. He's doing his best to school his expression because it's also interesting. Like this is interesting. But yeah,
I mean, it makes sense.
Mm.
He was in that place for 2 years, and here's this other person saying, "Yeah, I've interacted with your god many, many times.
This is my mom. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your god told me a bedtime story.
yeah, God, yeah,
Told me a story. Pretty much, yeah.
yeah.
I went on the
very-
train.
Yeah, it's clear that there's not half the reverence. Like there is, it's there, it's clear respect. But it's less like someone who's talking about, a deity
It's
and
literally
more
he's
like,
talking about his mom. Yeah,
yeah,
like,
it's
like
this is someone I respect and I am connected to, but it's not like, oh, this is a goddess.
yeah, and there's a lot going on with his expression because it's like a very clear like just yeah, it's
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous.
he's trying, he doesn't want to be jealous. He's trying so hard. Uh
I hold him.
but he
Mhm.
can't stop the hurt. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
On one hand, I understand. On the other hand, I'm sorry. It.
No,
Um,
it's fine. It's fine.
He's
Me
good.
Hex is saying it is fine. He'll be
Yeah.
fine.
The
Yeah.
relationships are different. I'm sorry.
They are, and we'll
It's
get it all worked out. But until then, I
Mhm.
get to be like, he's having sad boy time.
This is
yeah.
He's
oh,
having
this could be
emotion.
sleight of hand. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Did he botch it?
I haven't rolled it yet, but I know
Oh,
what
boy.
Matthias's passive is, and I have to nat 20 to beat it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh-huh.
Well, I have to roll a 19 or a 20 to beat it
Uh-huh.
Go
without
ahead.
proficiency.
Yep, go ahead.
What are you doing?
Well, you see it. I don't think anyone else does, because I think that's just high enough to beat Lynn's passive.
Mm-hmm.
See, meets it
Meets
beats
it, beats
it.
it.
So.
Okay, yeah. Matthias, unseen by everyone else, Dakota just quietly slips one of the gilded poppies that he'd picked up, into your braid.
Blink, blink.
Aw.
And he gives a very, like, curious look to Dakota.
There's just a knowing look.
You get confusion back. He is just like, he doesn't understand. He's just like, why? Because he doesn't know the significance of the poppies.
He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy.
He's
Mhm.
just a dude.
Just a little man.
All
He
right.
isn't gonna press it because, like, he can tell Dakota didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but he's just like, why? Like, it's a very curious and obvious why. Why would you do this?
This. Mhm.
But yeah, Juby does offer to tell it, and Matthias does actually say, if you'd like to, I'd like to hear it.
Sure. I'll do so later when we tuck in for the night. We do still have more to go.
He nods. Should No, he wouldn't say that. Never mind. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't direct the party like I normally would.
No, it's definitely a we.
Lynn, Will, I'm just away from keyboard because
You're good.
Mhm.
You're good.
killing it.
Juby would say, like, as much as I would just like to laze about here,
Yeah.
we do have. He pulls a face because he remembers what's next on the map, and he's not excited about what's next on the map.
What's next on the map for my
It was healing center.
Yeah.
Oh, Matthias
Yeah.
is interested in that, but
Yeah,
he also
but,
is aware of what could yeah.
Yeah, it's
Lynn?
we do need to go.
I think Lynn will outright say just point out where they are going. Go. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be a place that was really heavily hit.
No probability.
Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
He said in all probability.
That's
Okay.
unsurprising.
Yeah.
Right. I think we should go because the medical side of things at the same time. Dakota, you okay with doing a sweep first? It's
I can do.
just help.
Must we?
It's about dignity. Yes. Please.
I mean, in fairness, I have a sneaky suspicion that I'm probably the most durable of all of us, so if anyone's gonna fall in a pit or a crater, probably better than me.
Please don't fall in. Well, you probably got experience doing it.
I don't plan to, but
Matthias, who is just like, I was fed on vampires for 2 years. I'm pretty durable, but he's not gonna say that.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's not gonna
Maybe
say
just,
that.
Like, I
The
can
look on his face
fucking-
is just like, I'm durable.
Yeah, it's like, and I can fly if there's pits. I can catch myself. You lot don't need to baby us.
When it's not about babying. It's
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's kind of arrogant.
Yes,
we
that
know
is
that you're
my
an
brand.
adult. We know that you're an adult. We know that you're saying shit. But that ain't about that. This ain't about you.
Mm-hmm.
This is about this place here.
Mm-hmm. So then why you alone? Why not send in the medic as well, the cleric, who,
If
in
he
all
wants to
honesty,
come, he
has
can come.
probably seen more shit.
If he wants to come, he can come.
no
There's
one's
a
being.
look.
No one is being stopped from going anywhere.
Then why suggest a preliminary sweep at all if we're not going to stop anyone from going?
I did.
Really. Yeah, and she's actually. You know what? Lynn is actually going to do this. Lynn is going to look at you and go, "What's the name of my agency?"
Fuck. He would know this. He would because he's paranoid enough that he would know this, but I am blanking. Oh fuck.
It's
Brain?
It's the Stagehand's Requiem.
Mm-hmm. Right, so yes, Stagehand's Requiem, all that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Peace to the dead. Oh. Propitiation, all those sorts of things.
Uh-huh. Let me ask you this. Do you know about a town called Crowhelm? And you can roll history.
Yep.
Mhm.
That is a 18 on
Yes.
the die.
Yeah. Yes, you know about this town. This is a town that is, for one, small, and not a lot happens there, but it is known. Oh, sorry, Igni. No, you don't know.
Matthias isn't even rolling, don't worry.
Yeah, but this town is known particularly as the lone place of worship of a goddess of limbo, of life and death and the crossing of the line. And there are, notably, because you both got really high, above a 20, there's a lot of grave clerics there.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just giving you a look like, yes, so you know about the dead. I know about the dead, and the respects that need to be paid to them, and all of that, and what can happen if they're left unmoved across that line, and left to rot and fester in their woes and agonies.
I think you're projecting a little bit, but keep going.
There's a point. If you don't properly cross someone over, bad things happen.
Things aren't meant to stay in one place.
Mm-hmm.
They're meant to move on.
That's very true.
Yeah.
And again, I think you're projecting a little bit. This place has been dead for a long time.
The point is, you can't just say that we have that you're more experienced than anyone else here, because I'm pretty sure everyone here, in some degree, knows death. Knows what to do when encountering death. Be it projecting or not. I simply ask that it not be... Oh, how do I want to phrase this? The point is, there doesn't need to be a sweep for danger or anything that you would suspect be there. I'm quite certain everyone here can handle what is found.
There is a difference between knowing and expecting something to be there and stumbling upon it, even if you are prepared. I am not in any way saying that you are not prepared. I am not in any way saying that you are not used to this, that you are not aware of death, that you do not handle it. Perhaps it's old habits. Perhaps it's dignity for those death, or perhaps it's respect to you. Take it as you will.
My take, detective, is that coming into this city and knowing that there was a war upon its people and an attempt to exterminate them like they were vermin, I'm quite certain I know what I'm going to expect, and I'll be surprised if we find nothing, as opposed to surprised by finding something.
Do as you wish. I will not stop you.
And there is a curt nod.
If I might make a suggestion,
Mm-hmm.
well, I'm going to, irrespective of whether you want me to or not. You are
Mhm.
projecting way too hard, bird boy.
And you're going to stop me?
No, I'm just going to point it out. Because if I, a stranger, can see through your bullshit and say it, then you're not doing a particularly good job of hiding it. But more importantly, you're not doing a particularly good job of dealing with it. This
Oh, I know
place
I'm
feels
not
like home to all three of us.
Mm-hmm.
I know you felt that. And I know you're
Mhm.
taking shit hard because of it. Because I am too. Believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
This place has been dead for a long time. There's nothing you can do to bring it back. There's nothing that could be done to bring it back at all. You gotta remember that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Dakota,
Mm-hmm.
how long have you known this place is dead?
Well, when I arrived. Well, actually, no, longer than that, because I don't go seeking things that are alive.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been able to grieve?
As long as I've had this quest.
Then let us grieve. Please.
There's a difference between grieving and wallowing. That's the line that I'm trying to remind you of.
mm-hmm.
You deal in death. You know how it hits people. You're telling someone who just learned of a great loss to handle it better. Maybe you should be a little more considerate.
I'm saying that he should be aware that he's not handling it well.
And he's allowed to.
I'm not saying he ain't.
You'll say.
Oh, that's cute.
That I'm concerned for you?
That you think I'm not fully aware.
No, I'm aware that you're aware, but it's worth saying.
Is it?
Yeah,
Hmm.
because you're a good liar.
Well, thank you for that. Clearly, as you've said, I'm not handling it well. I'm not, I'll admit it. I'd much rather be able to salvage something of this place, because I don't like to give up. I want to find something to be saved here. Something beyond just preservation, beyond just ensuring that a tomb goes undisturbed. Whether I can... Fuck, I can't bring this place back, I know that. I'm very well aware that this place will never live again. But, you know, I've given up on the fact that we would find anyone, anything alive here. Perhaps animals, as said. We're going to find chickens. That would be fantastic to find something else living here. We have Keeper.
We did. We found Keeper.
I know we have Keeper. Would have been nice to
Is that
find
not
more,
enough?
but we have Keeper, and if I may continue, the point is, I'd like to find a little more, just so that it's be the only thing left. Tragic and lonely, and it would be better to have something more than just memories. Something.
I just want to
Anything.
make sure that you're prepared if we don't. If Keeper is the only living thing we find.
If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I think
You're just
that
getting
that-
a concerned look at this point.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think I'm not gonna roll deception, because I'm pretty sure it would be seen through at this point. You guys see a wall come down in a way that is very practiced, and it's not emotionless, but it is a point of his animation frames skip a few before he turns on his heel, and there is just a very neutral expression as he makes his way out. This is definitely something practiced.
Mhm. Something Lynn's very familiar with.
This is we're going to deal with that later. I'm aware things are bad, but also I'm not dealing with that right now. There's more important things to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna
Yeah.
have his break. He's gonna have his breakdown later. It's
Can't have a breakdown if you never process anything. On that note,
Hey.
That's what
Lynn's
Dakota's concerned about.
straight up. Lynn is giving Dakota a look as they're both having the exact same thoughts on this.
and with that, we have been going
Yeah.
a bit. Do we want to
Yeah.
take a break, check with
quick break.
everybody?
Yeah, let's take a quick
How are you
10
doing,
minute.
Well? You wanted to check in around.
It's been almost 3 hours.
Oof.
I'm sorry, what?
It's
No, it's
almost
been-
8 o'clock.
It's
Two and
been
a half.
2.5
2.5
hours.
playing.
We did
Oh,
sort
okay.
of best-ish.
Okay, yeah, we did. Okay. Yeah.
I might take a 5 minutes so I can go brew something and get the pain meds in.
Yeah,
Mhm.
let's all take like a 5-10 minute break.
Yeah.
And then we can reconvene and go to the healing center.
Yeah.
Let me just stretch out my hand.
Yeah.
I reach for a
Wait.
stitch marker and just like bolt of pins and needles
Oh.
down the arm.
Oh, get that when I stitch. It sucks.
Ouch.
How's
Also,
your back?
Igni, how you doing with all of that?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Ignay.
No, it's all like It's funny because Dakota will call out things, and Igni feels it is not her place to, so her head is just going back and forth, ping pong, watching this, observing,
Tennis
chewing.
match.
Matthias desperately just
Opinions
wants
are
to...
kept to herself.
Yeah. Matthias said as much as he is physically able to. He has opinions now of Dakota.
I, for one, out of character, am very proud of Matthias. Hello, boy spoke up. Boy
Mhm.
good?
he getting mad because it's like it's so obvious that the both of them like it's so obvious to him at least that
Mhm.
Dakota knew and was prepared and like has already processed his grief and grieved healthily. Meanwhile, Matthias doesn't have the words to say it, but he is well aware Juby and him are still in the, the shock of finding out and denial. Like, there's stages of grief you gotta go through, and Dakota's basically trying to, like, fast track that. And it's like, no, dude, you
That's
need...
not what he's doing. I just don't word it well, and Dakota doesn't word it well, because charisma's his dump stat. And also, he felt a little bit blindsided and shot the messenger there, won't lie. Because it was Lynn's idea! He was just being asked to do it!
Who focuses on
Everything would just went to his throat!
Whoops!
Rip.
I feel so sorry for Dakota. The only reason why Lynn didn't engage is A, this isn't her culture, and B, I had a pain spike.
Okay.
Yeah, like,
You're so good.
This isn't quite Igni's business. She's not in the grieving circle.
Yeah.
So
Rest in
she's like,
peace, Dakota.
Matthias kind of isn't either because he doesn't remember it.
Yeah. I will say, Lynn has flashed Dakota the apologetic look because it was her. It was her. And she can't say anything because it would just deteriorate the group, but she knows whose fault it is. And she's sorry.
Matthias later to Dakota. Next time you want to call Jubilee out, maybe do it where no one else can see.
Yeah. Rest in peace has hit the button of, hey buddy, you need to process things. Juby, that's the thing I get angry about.
I mean,
No, fuck
honestly,
you.
if Matthias does say that to Dakota, Dakota's just gonna go back with, if I don't call him out in front of other people, he'll just try and talk circles around me or run away.
More than he already is.
I was gonna
More
say,
than he
you
already
mean like
is.
he ran away, right? You mean like he ran away earlier?
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I apologize if y'all hear crunching. I have chisps.
Oh, hell yeah, Chip.
Anyway, I'm gonna go get more
Fair.
food.
Yeah, go get food.
I am done knitting for tonight. I think 2 rows of that bullshit is enough.
Hey.
Also, I wiggle at you guys. I'm very excited for the healing center because I just thought of something I can do.
Oh, hell yeah.
Who wants to talk to
would
Time
like-
Mom?
Something
Hello?
testing out making it
Hello?
better.
Hello?
Whoa.
I know several people want to, probably.
Yeah, there's one person who needs to kind of desperately,
Yeah. Gestures at cleric boy need time mom time.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I apologize for the recording. I have got to put on the coffee maker, and it's going to come up on the OBS. I'm sorry.
Burble, burble, burble.
Coffee time. Coffee
Coffee.
noises.
It's
here,
it's an
come here,
espresso
come here.
machine.
Give me the cookies. Come here.
Cookie? Share? Did you bring enough for the class?
Who wants a lemon cream cookie?
Me!
Fuck yeah.
hell yeah.
Want!
And one for you, and one for you, and one for you, one for you.
I love
And you,
lemon
and 2
cream
for me.
Cookies.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, lemon good.
Hell
I love
yeah.
lemons.
There we go.
You know, great. Thinking about lemons has now reminded me that Chloe apparently recently both boiled and then ate a lemon.
Yes.
What?
Apparently.
I mean,
What?
fair.
What do you mean fair?
Why?
Boil a lemon.
It's an excellent question. I assume
With
just
the
to make
rind
everyone in the
on?
chat room server scream.
With the rind on?
Rind and everything. It looked like rind and everything. The entire lemon boiled, and then it looked like she was just taking entire bites out of the whole thing. So,
No,
some real
I-
lemon Parmesan hours.
I
Anyway, this is a
I
Chloe
would say
call-out
something,
post.
but I can't because when I was in high school, a friend just showed up to our art class with a kiwi and was like, "Hey, do you want half of this?" And I was like, "Yeah," and I ate it like a fucking apple. So like,
Yeah, you eat kiwis like apples. What are you talking about?
apparently people will skin them first.
I mean, I
Why?
can understand cutting it in half and scooping out the insides, yeah, but as long as you don't mind the texture, the skin is entirely edible.
Yeah,
You
it's
just
tasty.
chop it. I've done similar with oranges.
Okay, that's cursed. Bad.
Sorry.
How you doing, Noodle?
As the resident literal went to school for this shit chef, food crimes make me cry. I'm just
so
sitting
sorry.
here like,
Also, I didn't know you were
Okay,
a
what is
chef.
the
Hell
what is
yeah.
the proper kiwi?
you don't eat the fuzz.
Don't you rub it off? Like you rub the fur
I was
off.
about to say as a joke, like, do you want me to shave it first?
Love how the first thing I come back to is you don't eat the fuzz.
I'm
talking
having a
about kiwis
moment,
or something?
RJ. Yeah.
Oh,
First off, this is what I'm learning. You're a chef.
Yeah.
What is your
Technically,
opinion on boiling entire
pastry chef.
lemons? Gotta
Oh,
know.
cool. Hell yeah.
I mean, you can. I don't know why you would. Unless it's part of preparing them to use for something, but it's not boil
I
and
mean-
then chomp.
I can understand, boiling lemon slices. Well, not boiling them, but, infusing
Yeah.
hot water with lemon slices to make a lemon in water.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah.
Unless that wasn't the intent.
Yeah. Or
Or maybe boiling them as a method of sanitizing them, although I don't see why that would be productive.
That would remove the.
Yeah,
Well, that would remove a lot of the nutrients.
that's why I'm saying I don't see why it would be particularly productive.
As someone who makes a lot of fucking stock, yeah, it's.
Yeah, no.
You throw a lot of food garbage in there. If it were for a stock, yeah,
Oh,
throw the
Noodle.
whole lemon, rind and all.
Yeah.
I think I have a picture for you.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Fucking lemon parmesan moments.
If I ever
Yeah.
told you about the macarons I made.
Oh
I'm
no.
sorry, excuse me?
Yeah, but yes, Kraken, this has been a thing since the first game with Gregory and his food crimes. It's not just Pip being like, why are you eating this? That was me.
Would you like to see
Incredible.
some of my food crimes?
Anyway, something. A cousin comes over who's also a trained, patisserie chef, and it's like, let's make some macarons. So we do, and they're great. And then they fly back home. I'm like, I'm gonna make this recipe again, and boy, oh no,
Mhm.
extremely runny.
Oh yeah. Yeah, macarons are a
Extremely runny,
bitch.
and the batter's coming out the top of the squeeze
Mhm.
tube and getting all over my hands.
Yeah, no, macarons are
Mhm.
macarons are little bitches.
I know they're high tier, but it was extremely messy.
It's not even that they're high tier, you can do it. They're just a bitch and a half because they're so fucking finicky. It's you need to do this, you need to be careful with this, and you need to do this specifically this way, otherwise you are fucking everything up. And if your temperature...
If you look at a macaron batter wrong, then you fucked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, macarons are just... They're like cats. They're the cats of the cookie world.
Hey,
They are
Noodle.
the fucking orchids of the food world.
Yes.
Yes? What was... who called
Would you
me?
like to see my food crimes?
Sure.
Yes. Oh wait,
I'm
wait, wait!
pretty sure.
Is this the spaghetti calzone?
Yes, it's the spaghetti in the garlic bread.
What?
Oh, here, hang on. Let me.
Uh-huh.
Hang
Poor
on, I'm
Noodle. You've
getting it.
revealed one thing about yourself, and we've all chosen violence.
Yeah.
Screaming custard.
Oh
This
yeah.
is fine.
Here you go. There's one.
Hmm. Okay.
And then we made a giant hot pocket.
Okay, that's not a food crime. That actually looks good.
It was
I
very
would eat
good.
that. Yeah, no, that's not a crime. You put effort into that. That actually looks really tasty. I would make that. I would eat that. That looks good. The
It was very
second
good.
one, what the hell is this?
It's a hot pocket.
Welcome to the recording where I have a time.
You made the mistake of telling us you're a professional chef, my guy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, Kraken,
Okay.
no.
Glorified Hot Pocket is not that bad either. That's fine.
Okay.
You are
Uh,
you are properly like clenching that bag, Kraken.
Man.
Those
was
hands
not
are
kidding.
white knuckled.
I was not kidding.
What did you
Okay,
do?
that looks more like poor piping etiquette than it
Yeah.
does.
Are you trying to strangle it? Hello?
If we want to be very, very technical, those are not my hands. I'm behind the camera. That was the girlfriend at the time. But the point stands that yes, terrible piping example. Nothing is getting out the paper. It's all coming out the top.
Yeah, that's yeah. Oh,
You can
oh
see the
no.
circles where the batter's supposed to go. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Uh-uh. No, no.
Oh, I forgot about these.
Okay, I have finished my ruffles.
Nice. Ruffles are
Nice.
good.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
The the result of that piping.
Oh.
Oh. Oh
That's
no.
just sad.
Yeah. No,
I love how
no.
there's like a shit ton of batter in the bottom left corner and then Dickle in the top half.
Mhm.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, I forgot we did that. You want to see my friend covered in duct tape?
Yes.
And then it's
and
baked.
that's
and it's
big. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Just hear Noodle's will to live. Just
Just
spiraling down the drain.
Okay, guys,
So,
guys,
yeah.
are we all back?
Yes. Bye. Yes.
Roll back. We just ended up scooping the filling or whatever onto the bits we broke off and eating it like an open sandwich. Anyway, that's my macaron experience.
Mm-hmm.
Need just a little bit longer.
One more bit for V-Wild.
Mm-hmm.
In the
Wiggle,
meantime,
wiggle,
I'll
wiggle, wiggle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So things are going great. We're having more emotions. Oh shit! I forgot to
Mhm.
mark a thing off. How many is this counter? I need to recheck a thing because there's things going on in the background here during this
Oh,
game.
is that for a certain thing?
Yeah, it's for a certain thing. Because that's going on right now.
Would not surprise me if reaches his limit in this series.
Oh yeah.
What is this?
Let's see. That's 7. Yeah, we're at 3.
I forgot about that. Sorry, I'm going back through my Tumblr, because a decade ago I lived with 5 people and we were assholes to each other.
Oh boy.
In like the best way, in the I'm gonna wrap a picture that is your Christmas present and then I'm gonna hang it on the wall. So you just have a wrapped present on the wall. Okay. I'm back to sealing off the edges of this cross stitch.
Do 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 do. Da do
Okay,
do
I'm,
do
I'm here.
Do, do,
do
do,
do
do,
do do.
do, do. Hi, welcome back.
Happy
Hi,
World.
I'm back.
Thank you for giving me time as well to go over a page for a thing because I had to reread it real quick.
Yeah.
Eh,
You doing all right?
Yeah, the knee went.
Oh,
Ooh.
Hats.
I'm very glad I decided to migrate to the bed because that way I had my cane.
hey.
Cane is going on
Smart.
the floor. I am back. I might be a little quiet at points, however, I am fully ready to go for as long as we
Ayo.
want. Like we usually go another 2 hours. I'm fine on that front.
Heck
Okay.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell
Thank you for giving me that extra time.
Yeah. Always take
Absolutely.
time for self-care. Always good.
Self-care important.
Yes.
Indeed.
Also, amusingly, I made myself a new coffee. I got about a quarter of it left.
Jesus.
I like coffee.
I do
Coffee's good.
too.
I wish I could like coffee.
I
There's a
try
reason
to
why Lynn had the habit. Coffee good.
I'm
put coffee
allergic
into
to
it.
coffee.
Oh,
Pat's
rip.
Don't worry, Whirlybird, don't worry. The thread of coffee, I shall drink all of the coffee, and there shall be none of it in the world.
But what about me?
Okay, you and me, we can share the coffee.
Okay, all
here-
right.
We can.
Anyway,
See, I'm miffed, and this is, if anyone is feeling willing to be my sugar parent for the day, I am so miffed because I have a drink that I use in place of coffee, but I ran out of it.
aw.
Rip.
I ran out of Archivist tea ages ago, and I've been
Oh
suffering.
no.
How much is it?
Like 24 for the big box, I think.
Yeah, like 24 or 25 for the big box.
Stop dropping my dice on the floor.
Right. You and me will talk later. I've
I
gone from
have.
being
Oh, go ahead.
sugar baby. I've gone from being sugar baby jester to sugar parent.
Oh my god.
That is the one drink that I can have that wakes me the fuck up like somebody smacked me in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fucking delicious.
Yeah. Coffee gets me awake, but both Master of the House and sometimes payment. Sometimes payment betrays me, but definitely Master of the House and Champion will like keep me going.
Yeah, those are good high caffeine teas. I really
Oh
need
yeah,
to make more tea.
Especially Master of the House. Like that was when I had to pull an all-nighter recently. That was my go-to, and it worked. By God,
that one is potent.
yeah. I went, I think 39 hours. So, which was good, because I wanted to get that shit done. And, yeah.
Like, what did I put in Master of the House? Hang on.
Hojika, Lapsang, Sushong, and,
Did it have a
what was the
mate
other
component?
thing? Yes.
That would be it.
Was it Herba Mate? Hang on, let me double check.
Because mate is, wake the fuck up.
Yeah. Toasted Mate.
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember 2 of them in the Nickel Squad teas had mate in them. You had toasted mate in Master of the House, and you had spiced mate in the Payment. Lynn's doesn't actually have mate in it, but it does have chai.
Nope. Yeah, it's a chai. You've got 2 spices and a chai.
It's straight up. The fact that it has chai in it makes it one of my favorites. It's weird. I've taken to getting that one and Vendetta, and I accidentally mixed them at one stage.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, it tastes great. So when I'm doing one of my geography things, I just brew that, and that way I have something nice while I'm going through the hell that is Itrack Boskorf.
So, You want to know something fun I found out? By accident, and I am now like trying to figure out a low-key way to replicate it without actively doing it. Uh,
Mhm.
so our coffee maker broke, so I had to use my French press for a while for both coffee and tea. Um,
Oh no.
and the thing about the master of the house tea is you can't quite get the lapsang taste out after you rinse it unless you super rinse it. But when I'm really tired in the morning, I just do the quick rinse and like dump, and I don't actually scrub it. So when I brew my tea, or when I brewed my coffee, it had the smoky aftertaste of lapsang, and it was
Mm,
fucking incredible.
nice.
Like, holy shit, it was so good. And
Nice.
I know people brew coffee and tea together. I don't want to do that because I think the full like effect of it would not be tasty, but just that little hit of lapsang is fucking incredible.
Mm.
God, that reminds me. I
Right.
want to. Now that I have like tea for the Nickel Squad, and now that I have my cast for Blot Plot, I want to make Blot Plot teas.
Ooh.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do
I
it.
don't know how many people in the Blot Plot chat drink tea though, so
Aw.
Raise his hand.
I'm not
But-
I'm not even in that server, so like I know nothing about it. I'm just like over here vibrating like hell yeah, hell yeah.
It's
make
fine.
good
Don't worry
tea.
about a threshold. It's fine.
I know Morski
Threshold.
drinks tea.
I make good tea.
You do make good tea.
I know very well what goes together. That being said, who's ready to go to the healing center? Especially now that
Let's
it's given
go.
away that
I know Bird Boy already started walking.
I have a little meeting planned for y'all.
Oh boy.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah, let's go.
let's go.
All right, back into the Imagine Zone. I can make noises.
You can, and we love it.
you guys head out from the bathhouse, across a little bridge through a couple buildings, and you reach the healing center. Oh boy.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
You were expecting wreckage, and wreckage is roughly what you find.
Yep.
It looks like at one point there were several buildings here. Most of them have collapsed.
Yeah.
It seems like at current, only the main sort of central part of the building is still standing.
Yep.
And the building is very heavily charred.
They really did not hold punches.
No,
No.
they did not. Why would they want to wipe this place from the map?
Well, onwards.
Thank you, Igni. Yep, thank you,
They
Igni.
all wanted to see it. Let's go.
Mhm.
Yep, Matthias is gonna head on in.
Yep.
Everybody's heading in.
Yep.
Mhm.
Roll me
Mhm.
Persepi.
Presepi!
Are you fucking good?
Yeah.
God.
What art thou, Persepes?
Fuck!
Yep.
13, 20. Christ, Dakota.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Christ.
That is.
He's not looking at the others because they're pissed off at him, so he's looking at everything else instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Juby's not. He's got a 10. That's average.
Yeah, that's average.
I mean, average for him would be a 12.
Listen.
He's
Hey.
Be
already
nice.
being bullied.
Okay, so for Jubilee, because you have the lowest roll,
Yeah.
you head inside. It's dark in here. The place looks like it may have once been lit by natural light, but the windows are really, really blackened by soot, and they are charred and they are burnt, and it's not great.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Igni,
Yo.
you step inside, and the first thing you notice is not how dark it is, it's the smell.
Mm.
Hmm.
It's not just the smell of burnt building, and this is where I make my high angst warning for this game. It's the smell of burnt flesh.
Yeah, she probably knows that one.
And there is the heavy taste of ash in the air. For everyone who got above a 20 but below a 30, you step into this room and it looks like this was sort of the main quote unquote doctor's office. This was some sort of waiting room to see a doctor that you're in right now, and it is burnt, it is blackened. There are weapons embedded into the furniture, one of which is a spear that is partway through a skeleton's chest. There is spots of that flickering blue flame still lingering in different parts of the room.
Mm-hmm.
It's very thoroughly destroyed, and there is bright red paint that has been splashed over certain things which you can assume were holy symbols once upon a time.
That's what I fucking thought you'd roll, you stupid bird.
Oh boy.
And Dakota, with your 32, you see all of this and you recognize what it is. These are holy weapons of a very different religion. These are weapons inscribed with glyphs made to make sure that whoever is killed with them cannot be revived. There are the bright red paint that has been spilled over these holy symbols that have been carved in the wall, these mosaics that have been thoroughly trashed. This place, what they did here was something that whoever attacked thoroughly and heartily hated. This was an attack of hate. There were people here when this place was attacked. No one was left alive. There is more than one dead body in here, or at the very least more than one remnant of dead bodies in here.
There is a humorless snort, and he goes, "So much for gentle repose."
So that's what you all see. How are we doing, friends?
Yeah.
We still don't know who attacked, do we?
Can I roll religion for this?
You can. I will just say, as the DM, you're not going to get a super concrete answer no matter what you roll, because I don't have a super concrete answer.
Yeah,
Fair.
just kind of a rough guesstimate. There's every possibility that this religion has died out as well.
Mm-hmm.
And religion is not Dakota's forte, it is history. That said, that's still pretty fucking good. 21.
Yeah,
Can I
Dakota,
add-
you know that a long time ago,
Okay.
there was a kingdom that followed a religion that believed very firmly that Well, it's not an uncommon belief that necromancy is something unholy. And they took it a few steps further. They said not only is necromancy unholy, but the attempt to use magic to prolong mortal life in such a way is profane. Because if your life is leaving you, that is the will of your god. Your god has decided that you will die. Fate has decided you will die. The most you can do is accept it. And they very much did not like the Requiem people, especially because this was a culture that kept slaves, and frequently the Requiem people were slaves. The ideals pushed by the Requiem people that you could defy fate, that you could change your destiny, that you could take control of your own story, your own life, was something they found both profane and threatening. In their opinion, fate was decided, and no one could change it.
Tell everyone this.
So
Dakota will be saying all of this.
Mhm.
In maybe not so harsh terms, but like that.
Getting the idea across.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So the Requiem Healing Center, with its, state of the art, or possibly, above modern levels of healing magic, it was not seen well. It was not appreciated. It was, this is something that is wrong, because this is where they are doing it. This is where they are warping the will of nature to their way and defying what is meant to be.
Wow.
Matthias is gonna walk further in.
Yeah, I think Juby's gonna follow him.
Lynn would like to do something. I, as the player, am not knowledgeable on. I don't know Geneva Convention and what you're meant to do with the dead, but Lynn's looking at the body with the spear in it. She kind of wants, to place a blanket over to remove the spear, or at least break it at the shaft and put something over the body.
Dakota would stop her. There's a non-zero chance that these would be trapped to prevent the removal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will just, as your friendly neighborhood, all-powerful DM, whisper, yeah, those things are hella cursed. Don't touch.
Yeah. It's
Those things are
I
hella
think
cursed.
Lynn-
Don't touch.
Yeah.
Don't touch.
Yeah, Lynn straight up. She's not stupid enough to make a move without asking someone, and the cleric's gone, so she would have looked to Dakota just to see if it was okay. And knowing it's cursed, it's just okay. All right.
Like I said, so much for gentle repose.
Oh. Are they gone as well? Ones that did this.
I haven't found any trace of them in more modern society. Well, I haven't found any trace of this religion in more modern societies. The ideals are pervasive.
Yeah.
People ain't original. Someone out there is gonna believe whatever the fuck they want, and someone in the past would have believed probably close enough to the same thing. But
I
this
don't repeat it.
particular branch is
Well, I suppose fate decided that they were to come to an end. How fitting.
We should probably go after the other two.
yeah, if you want, I'm gonna stay here.
Understandable. Igni, you want to have a look around with me for a minute? See if we can find anything of anything still here.
Igni looks back and forth. I lost the plot a little and where exactly everyone is, but she's like doing the mental calculations of maybe not leaving a person alone in a place, especially with booby trap bodies.
Yeah.
There are cursed corpses about.
Dakota
Matthias
ain't
and
about to
Jubilee.
touch him.
Yeah.
He's smart enough to
Out
leave
of
that shit
everyone
alone.
is yeah.
Specifically, the reason why Lynn said it like that is she trusts Dakota not to trust shit. And she's also looking at the two other followers of Retrospect who are taking this pretty damn hard, and maybe they need a minute to, do stuff on their own.
Yeah. Igni will think a moment then. Alright.
Okay. Let's do some sleuthing. And she's just going to carefully walk with Igni. This is me as the player specifically going, those two need a minute. Those two need a minute. This one needs a minute. Everyone needs a minute.
Everybody needs a minute.
Everybody
Nobody likes
needs
this.
time.
Yeah.
Nobody likes this.
Nobody likes this. Shit.
Everyone disliked that.
I'm sorry, this place is bad.
It's
Fair.
We knew this, like, it's fine.
Yeah. It's the party was already emotionally prepared for it, at least, unlike, well, they were already prepared in the first place, but it's now a bit better to process, I guess. I'm wording it badly, you know what I mean.
Yes. That being said, I get to do something fun now, because Jubilee and Matthias, you guys both kind of wandered off, and I'm assuming you kind of wandered off together. We're using the buddy system. You wandered deeper into the facility, or into the building,
Yep.
I should say, because it's not really a facility, it's just one little building. It's, roughly the size of a house. It's the size of, like, your local doctor's clinic. And you guys head inside, and I'm gonna guess you're, like, kind of looking into some of the different rooms.
Yeah.
Matthias might be, but I look at some rolls. Juby's not. He's hanging around. He's keeping an eye out, but he is no longer looking at stuff.
Matthias is looking in the sense of trying to find potentially things like, I mean, it's looking to learn, basically.
So you pass these rooms, you look into them. Most of them are ransacked, burnt, broken, dirty, etc. And then in one of the rooms you look into, there's a person.
Matthias stops.
Yeah.
Oh, Jubilee?
Yeah. What? Oh, what the fuck?
And
What do they look like?
This individual, wearing a bright golden yellow skirt and dark brown corset and white blouse, looks up and says, "Now, is that any way to talk to your mother?"
There is a blink and the kind of fugue that he had been in and like had just not paying attention to things, had a hand on the sword at his hip, lets go very quickly, and looks much like a chastised child right away. Sorry, Mom.
And
Matthias sinks to his fucking knees.
and Retro, who had been sitting on one of the benches in what you now realize is a sort of chapel, because is it really a hospital if it doesn't have a chapel in it?
Correct.
She stands up and she opens her arms.
Bird Boy having bad day. Bird Boy bolts and runs into her. Just crash.
She catches
He
him.
cling. Yeah, he cling.
She will look to Matthias and free up one arm and gesture for him to come in as well. Just come on.
He looks very confused. Uh, um, uh,
Come here, sunshine.
he stands and like almost mechanically comes in because he's just
He gets pulled into hug.
yeah.
Lad gets a wing around him, just unthinkingly. This is instinct to, oh yes, in hug, put wing around. Judy has buried his face into Retrospect's shoulder, and him staying there.
Aww.
This one's a bit
Matthias
rough.
does not quite know what to do. Uh he doesn't quite know what to do. He's kind of awestruck, dumbfounded, speechless. He's yeah.
This your god, buddy.
Yeah, that's he does not know what he's just like he doesn't know what to do.
He's getting a hug. I hope you
He's
know
getting
this.
a hug, and of course everything says he should return it, but also this is Lady Retrospect. This is Retro can just feel this boy having a moment, like
He's having a moment.
yeah.
And she's just gonna hug her boys. Just, oh boy, this one's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And she will kind of tug them down to sit on one of the benches because, okay, come on, y'all are both having moments. Let's take a seat.
Let's process a minute here. Uh, um, I, uh, um, I, uh,
Deep breath, sunshine. You're all right. Take your time.
right. Yep, he's just. Oh, it's a lot. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Goddess here. I'm not gonna even say things because this her son and Retro probably knows what's in this place.
Mm-hmm.
Retro knows exactly what happened in Paradise.
Mm-hmm.
Retro
Mm-hmm.
sees right through to that nat one whiz.
Woof.
Yep.
Yeah.
Juby is getting
Bird
held
here.
very close and is getting just gentle hand rub on his back.
Yeah. Bird is very quiet and has kind of just like deflated. This is the kind of person who has been held very, very, very tightly wound the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Finally having those strings just cut and boom,
Mm-hmm.
Mama's here.
immediately
All of the
processing
strings are cut.
everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
just now finally safe enough to begin to process shit, and oh god. Yeah, he's not gonna be chattering.
And Retro is okay with that, and she will look at Matthias and she will smile at him, and it's a sad smile, and she says, "This hasn't been easy for you."
Um, I, uh, no, my lady, it has not, uh, uh, I,
Say what's on your mind, Sunshine. I promise I won't get upset. And
I'll be
she
honest,
will.
his immediate reaction is to apologize.
Oh.
Just, uh, um, uh, I'm sorry I couldn't. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do.
Oh, Sunshine.
Oh.
Matthias, honey. And she's going to just reach out and very gently set a hand on his cheek. Sweetheart, no, you don't have to be sorry for that. This happened a long time ago. This all went away a long time ago. I didn't bring you here expecting you to be able to do anything. It's
Then
okay.
why, why are we here?
Because even if there's nothing that can be done to bring it back, my people deserve to be remembered. And if I'm gonna have followers who remember me, if I'm gonna have a cleric, and if I'm gonna have my kid, and she does ruffle Juvie's hair, if I'm gonna have my boys, you deserve to at least know a little bit of the culture that should have been yours, even if I can't give it to you the way I wish I could.
She says, uh, followers who remember her, and Matthias looks away, like, very clearly, uh, I don't know if it'd be hurt or, like, just, ah, yeah.
That includes you, you know. I'm sorry,
I,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for a lot of things, Matthias.
what, you, you, you don't, you, he doesn't quite, like, know how to process his goddess apologizing to him.
You weren't you weren't supposed to end up there. You certainly weren't supposed to be there for that long. I'm sorry for everything I put you through. I did the best I could with a bad situation, but that's not an excuse for the suffering you've been through.
His mouth opens and closes a couple of times. I, 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 you,
And
I,
It's okay if you're upset with me.
no, no, I could never, I, I just, I would, I, I don't know what I did to, to deserve that. sort of. I don't know how I can atone for all of that. For something that warranted that.
Oh no. Matthias, roll insight.
Yeah. Shit, that even gets Juby's head finally coming up.
He fucking nat 20 that insight.
Yeah, Matthias, you made your goddess cry.
Oh,
Oh.
no! Oh no!
She's still holding Jubilee, but she reaches out and she wraps her arm around your shoulder and she, brushes a tear out of her own eye for a second and then very carefully presses a hand against your face and says, Matthias, it wasn't the punishment. It shouldn't have happened. You didn't do anything wrong. It shouldn't have happened like that. I'm sorry. I had to send you somewhere where I knew I could get people to rescue you. It shouldn't have taken me that long. I didn't mean for you to get sent there. You weren't supposed to. You were doing so well. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. But it was the only thing I could do. I had to send you somewhere where you wouldn't be found by the people who would hurt you the most, who would kill you, and you wouldn't be found by... I can't say. But I needed you somewhere where I could make sure that someone would come to save you. It took too long, but I tried. I sent Oz after you. I made sure you were in the same place that all those kidnappings were happening. I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong.
I... He's staring at Retro, and his brows are furrowed as she talks. And it's he has, I mean, obviously, he has no reason to doubt her, and so it's a lot of things that he's, kind of thought and internalized are, getting kind of proven wrong, and it's a lot. And he's just shaking his head as Retro kind of explains. And eventually he manages a very quiet, and is like, as he does, like, a hand kind of goes to his chest. So, you didn't, I'm not.
No. Nothing he said about you is true. I never forsook. I never... What the fuck is the past term of forsaken? I didn't do that.
Forsook.
Yeah, that's not you. Kiddo, I love you. I love you just the same as I love all my followers. You never did anything wrong. I didn't mean to send you to that vile fucking bastard, trust me. And there is... Because you got that nat 20 insight, you can see a flash of something very dangerous in her eyes.
Yeah.
As she says, trust me, I have made sure that he's going to suffer a long, long time before he gets to go to any kind of final rest. And there is something very vicious in that tone of voice, which, Jubilee, you haven't actually heard from your mom before.
No. He hasn't, but surprisingly, it's comforting knowing that. There's something there that's very reassured by that. It's also very familiar.
Yeah. Matthias, like, grips his shirt a little tighter, but I don't think sorry, I burped. I don't
Okay.
think he says anything. I think he's just sitting there, like, searching Retro's face and, like, quietly weeping at this point.
He's gonna get pulled in for another hug.
Yeah.
He actually returns at this time. And it's it's a pretty desperate one. Like uh 'cause I was about to say I don't think he has because he's been pretty yeah, no, he hugs back like he hasn't been hugged before. Is really the best description I can give there. So,
Oh.
He is
yeah.
getting the softest of hugs back. Just, oh, you poor thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She sighs and says, "My two boys, my kid and my cleric, I have messed things up very badly for." I'm sorry.
You certainly know how to pick 'em, don't you?
What can I say? I have a type.
What is it? Self-depreciating disasters.
I prefer to think of it as unappreciated potential.
Hmm. If I may be a bit blunt, this is fucked.
Referring to which part? I'm not disagreeing with you, but
Well, I mean, this building in particular, for one, and uh, he might have most of his like clinging and holding on to his mom, has been done using his wings because he has not let go of a certain point of over his shirt on his chest. And his shoulders have been very hunched because I could repost it, but it's in game zone. The lad is wearing a sleeveless shirt right now, and there are some, gray stains along his shoulders that should not be there. And he is moving differently, as if his shoulders ache. Yeah. Matthias could roll insight if he'd like on this, or we can roll with
Yes.
that nat 20 earlier if you would like.
I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. He is not inciting shit right now. He is in hug zone.
There.
Retro will insight. Let me grab her
Yeah.
fucking character sheet. Her insight modifier is fucking stupid, but
Oh,
I adore
I-
stupid modifiers.
you know what? Roll for the fun of stupid modifiers. We
Roll-
love stupid big numbers.
roll for the fun of stupidly huge numbers.
Listen, every chance I get to type plus 16 when I roll is a good day.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me get DMV fucking working because it wants me to log in because it's a little bitch.
No, we love that.
Hey there.
I would actually, while that happens, Jubilee would probably then recognize, with how the way he grabbed his shirt, yeah, Matthias, there's something on Matthias's chest that he is,
Yeah.
yeah, there's
Yeah, that
something
is
there.
definitely, after hearing all of that, that wind has
Yeah,
gone back around Matthias in just the kind of solidarity.
yup,
This is pointed, this was on purpose. This
yup.
is, oh, you've been through the same kind of shit. He doesn't
Oh,
know
it's,
more in depth, but he knows the mental effects
yup,
of, oh fuck, believing something like that and that you fucked up. That this
yup,
horrible thing that happened to you was all your fault. And that
yup,
some part of you deserved to have that happen.
yup.
Uh-huh.
Having a
Yeah.
voice in control of you saying that this is your fault, yeah.
You mean exactly what he's thinking about right now? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Haha, Bird Boy project. Go
Bird
Burr.
Boy project.
Yeah, it's oh
Matthias
fuck.
internalize.
Mhm.
And Bird Boy has
Yeah.
a special little voice in his head right now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's so much fun. He's great. He's fine. Uh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, 39.
39.
God,
Yeah.
we love it.
That's
As
that's
if it
Retro's insight.
Yeah. Oh, retro.
I love it.
Um Beyond the fact of the obvious, retro, you know what happened to your son that day.
Mhm.
You know what he went through. You know what he had to fight through under the effects of that spell that has scarred him.
Mhm.
And being here in this place and that struggle against everything, even when rational, the fight to find something to prove that there has to be something here to salvage, something to be worth it. There's a lot. And yes, he's projecting a lot. And he's thinking real hard. And he's wound himself up into a ball. And it
And
is,
he is
yeah,
being held very gently and very close. Just, oh, kiddo.
yeah. And also, all that stuff recognizing his own experience and what he hears Matthias say. And that bleeding heart.
Yep.
Oh, your boy is a bleeding heart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She's she's trying. She doesn't know how to react. Like, she's got multiple reactions that she's giving me all at once. Part of her wants to laugh because, oh, of course you got attached so quickly, my sweet idiot bird son.
Yeah.
Part of
But you
her
also,
part of her just wants to hug both her boys and just never let go.
yeah,
Just
hug has very clearly helped to ground him. And there was a point where she would have just felt him shift like someone finally breathing after having been drowning.
oh, honey.
Yeah. And then there
God.
is a point and a look as he furrows his brows. And then something which has been bugging him since the first episode of this. Because he already had his moment to ask when he was flying of, hey, why does this fucker call you baby doll? No, there's another thing, and it's just why does his tick? Why does his watch tick?
Because
What the fuck is up with that? I'll I'll accept the stupid whatever his thing is. I know there's a lot What the fuck?
And that actually just gets a full laugh from Retrospect. It's just she bonks her forehead against yours lightly and just oh, is that what's been bothering you?
There's other things.
Oh, there's plenty.
I'm here to answer your questions, but that's just because the nature of his well, he doesn't exactly have a deal with me, Sunshine. Uh Suffice it to say I gave him a gift or a curse, depends on who you ask, and that means that my magic to him appears a little different.
Caius blinks at that. We have a deal?
Hmm?
We have a deal?
We were going to. And she sighs and says, but I'm okay with what we've got. You don't need to owe me anything.
He kind of blinks really hard at that, just like, There's so much he doesn't know!
And she kind of ruffles his hair, ruffles Juby's hair, and just
Can I fight him? Can I? Would that be
I-
like a bad thing? Can I just punch him once?
He
Uh,
wouldn't feel it.
I would feel better having done it.
I think you might hurt your hand.
Excuse you. I am quite skilled in the area of battle. I can handle things, and
No, I'm saying his head is hard as a rock. You'd hurt your hand.
well, I can certainly try.
I mean, if you tried, it would certainly be funny.
Apparently been assigned the jester of this group, so
Is that why he's been around so long, though? Is whatever agreement you've got with him?
It's not so much an agreement, but yeah.
Blank, blank.
I'll be honest with you, I got real sick of him showing up at my train station when he wasn't supposed to.
Blank, blank, blank?
that does get blink blink from the bird too. Like, which one? Like,
The afterlife one. He wasn't supposed to be there, and he kept showing up.
What?
Motherfucker didn't
yeah,
know how to
Juby's
keep his
attuned.
ass
There's the
alive.
processing wheel. There's the processing wheel above the bird. It show up. He's the math. Like,
Motherfucker kept showing up when he wasn't supposed to, when it clearly wasn't the assigned time on his ticket, so I said, you know what? Fuck that noise.
Why?
so he can't die.
Essentially.
Oh
Uh,
shit!
Lady Retrospect, um,
Let me try and finish your sentence. With all due respect, what the fuck?
not quite.
Raised eyebrow.
It's again the this is your goddess, and the ingrained, don't speak ill of or, imply anything negative about them. That's still there.
Kid, Let me give
yeah.
you a little culture lesson. Part of your heritage is criticizing me.
What?
My followers, back in the day, they put their faith in me. They trusted me. So when I did things that
Nod,
they
nod, nod.
when I did things that they didn't agree with or that they didn't understand, they questioned me. That is part of what my followers have done for centuries. I don't want to be anyone's god just because they blindly follow me. I want my people to follow me because I have proved that I have earned that trust. And sometimes that means asking questions, and sometimes that means seeing me in an unflattering light. And that's fair and valid.
Matthias sits. He doesn't sit back. He's still like. But oh, there's That's. Yep, that's. You have said something to give. Like he is chewing on that. Like, and he is pondering it, and he is just like, huh.
Gears are turning.
Gears are turning. Things are slotting into place. Fucking. A lot is happening, and he's just. It's the O.
Surprise, bitch, your god wants you to question her actions.
Surprise, bitch, it's not blind faith like you've had hammered into you. Or blind obedience, really, as the case may be. But yeah, he's and hearing that from his goddess, he's just kind of like, oh.
You follow her for a reason.
Yes. And yeah, it's just that's you've given him a lot. He's doing a think.
You doing a thinky thonk?
He's doing a big old thanky thonk.
Yeah. There's plenty of questioning happening, believe me. You know exactly what I'm questioning. I don't get why you think it's funny. You're my mum, and it's why? What's the origin? Why?
He didn't have anything to call me.
Did he keep showing up on purpose?
I have no idea.
That would be the worst way I have heard of flirting with someone, and I am a disaster at it. Gods know why I have a partner. I don't know how it happened. Probably because we're both disasters. Either way, that's bad, together. Even from me.
Also,
Thank you.
I also will note he's not exactly my type.
Blink.
I should certainly hope you have higher standards.
Well, standards are relative, but Juby, honey, I'm a lesbian.
Oh, that makes sense. Still, I hope you have decently high standards. I don't care if you make decisions, but now I'm your child, which means I get to fight them for your honor.
Please don't fight my domain mate.
Maybe I want.
What? No. My lady, domain mate?
It's like roommates, but for gods.
So who do I have to fight?
Wait. So whose code? He's doing the head tilt.
Well, I'm a god of transitions, and she's a god of the actual space.
Who is?
I need to roll the thing. Do you connect? That's a nat 20. Holy shit, my bird boy. Okay. There is a process. Where's my D10? Because he definitely picked one of those up while he was in the garden. Yep, that's an 8. He pulls out from his hammer space after a moment, does get some of those wisteria blossoms, because he did cut a few, because, hey, reminds him of home. And there's just a look at the wisteria, and then at retro, and then at the wisteria, and then at retro. No.
She just
What?
grins at him.
Matthias is so confused.
The Lady of Limbo.
Maybe. In my defense, she's very pretty.
I mean, I've seen the statue before. Well, I know where to go to fight her then. That works. All right.
Wait, hold on. I think I missed something.
Um, I mentioned before, the patron deity of my hometown
Yeah, yes.
is the Lady of Limbo.
Correct. Okay.
And apparently, there is something occurring.
I have been flirting with her for centuries, and she still has not noticed.
Oh, good, I really need to fight. Okay, I'm going to go fight the god Matthias.
I advise against that.
You know, I've already bullied one into going to, go touch grass. I think I can fight one now.
Oh yeah, that incident with Pritch. How did that go?
Such a sad little man.
Matthias is just here.
Yeah.
This is the
Juby is
difference.
talking about.
This is the difference between a warlock and a cleric.
Yeah.
You know, I think the plot just has it out for me. It's weird. Just looking at Matthias, it's like my relationship to the divine is very odd. I've just kind of accepted it because if I process it, I'm probably going to have at least 3 crises. So I would much rather just pick a fight with something. Hope I don't get, smited or whatever the word is.
No.
Yeah. So I'll gamble on my chances and don't tell any of this to Dakota because he has enough to prod at me with as is.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Okay.
Thank you.
Retro is just grinning and laughing.
Matthias is just here. Juby has now mentioned 3 different deities. He is.
It's a big sign pointing at this bird that says plot magnet.
He's getting flashbacks to Marcel. It's a lot.
Retro, jokingly ruffles Juby's hair again and says, "This one is a little fucking disaster plot magnet, and I love him, but also I shake him."
Yep.
Retro, Matthias might be in a tiny bit of shock.
Oh boy.
Like, legitimate shock. He's not. Yeah.
All right, come on, kiddo. Take a deep breath.
It's.
Inkwell. And apparently being assigned a plot magnet.
It's just a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's just a lot.
My method with learning a lot of things, as said, put it in a box and you can deal with it later. It works fantastic.
Jubilee,
Mm-hmm.
don't teach your unhealthy coping mechanisms to someone who already doesn't have many healthy coping mechanisms, please.
It's not unhealthy unless I never open the box.
Which you don't.
Mm-hmm. It's just this. He doesn't look proud of it, but it's that very much like, I know I am doing something wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Jubilee. You are
Yep.
getting affectionate but exasperated fucking boop on the nose.
Is Retro gonna full name him? Is Retro gonna middle name?
Does Jubilee have a middle name?
I've thought about it. I don't know what the actual name would be, but it's an O. His initials spell out Joy.
I mean,
Huh.
I could go with
If you want to
Orpheus.
make one up on the spot, yes, Orpheus, do it. Why not?
Jubilee, Orpheus,
Oh my
Yukon.
Matthias will remember that.
The feathers do fluff up, and he kind of shrinks a bit. Like, oh. I will open the box later. Tonight, I will think on things and process them.
You are getting the and expression from your mother.
And deal with them in a healthy manner. And talk to people about them.
That gets a nod.
This is said in the way of, like, you've been told this is the thing you need to do a few times.
Mm-hmm.
And she will just kind of, playfully flick him in the forehead and say, "Your strength is your connections, silly."
Mom.
She's just got both of you now. Just
Yeah.
hugs.
Matthias is still, there's a lot. It's a lot. He's processing.
Yeah.
Don't worry. He'll address it. Probably better later, but it's just a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So much.
Sometimes your god just randomly appears to chat with you and casually turns
And
your entire
hasn't for
worldview
the
upside
last
down.
turns your worldview upside down, hasn't spoken to you except for one quick instance prior. There is so much. Yeah.
And now she is very friendly and very casual.
Yeah, there's so much happening. He is he'll process it, but oh, he's just kind of reeling.
And she will kind of take a breath and she will look kind of up at one of the burnt and broken windows and she'll say, "All right, I can stay here for a while. If you guys have questions, I can answer them."
What? Anything? Matthias thinks a minute, because that does kind of shake him back. Why? They the ooh, okay. The the people who did this, there aren't any of them left, are there?
The people who did this specifically? No.
People who would do this, something like this again.
I'm not sure. There are always people who are going to disagree with those who go against their worldviews. So, who knows? Maybe. But this specific. Their god died before I did, so suck on that, assholes.
He kind of nods at that because he could ask like why or anything like that, but I mean, the answers are all kind of pretty, it's pretty apparent on why they would do this or anything like that, and
They don't
he
like me.
just yeah, and he does eventually ask, "Is there anyone left?"
There are people many, many generations away from home. And she kind of frowns and scuffs her toes against the floor. People who are far enough away that they're not in danger. Some people escaped, and they had children, and their children had children, and in that respect, in some ways, my people have lived on. But there's no one who remembers.
He nods.
Does Keeper have to stay here?
No. No, she doesn't. She shouldn't. I've tried to convince her to go out for a while, but she's an old thing. She's an old bird. Bless her heart. She's been around for a long time and she didn't want to leave. But it's not
New things are scary.
New things are very scary. Especially when you're clinging to all you have left.
Matthias nods because he gets that.
If you could convince her to go home with you guys, I think that'd be great.
Why not? Would reviving this place really be such a bad idea?
It's not a bad idea, kiddo. It's just not possible. And trust me, I eat the impossible for breakfast. I defy what is and isn't possible as easy as blinking. But I have been trying for years to remove the virus they put in my guardians, to bring down the storm around the city, and I can't.
Could we give it another chance? Not here. This is gone. And there's a lot here. Oh, stars, there's so much here. There's a lot that should. It can do good, and there's others. I don't know how they have those plants here, but
I gave it to them.
mhm,
I trusted
take
them,
it.
and they took such good care of their gardens.
Could anyone else get here when we leave? Or will this place be lost?
Would letting this place be lost if we manage to convince Keeper? Would that help you?
And Retro kind of sighs, and again, she kind of kicks her foot against the ground, watches the way the sparkles on her dress shift in the dim light, and she says, "It's not a matter of if it would help me. If Keepa left, eventually the wards around this place would come down, because the last person to live here would be gone. and they'd have nothing to protect. And eventually it'd be swallowed by the sands, and the storm would subside, the guardians would die, and something new would be able to rise in its place. I think that's much more appropriate than. And she bows her head, and there is that faint glow because her tears are not normal tears. They are glowing. They almost look like molten glass. She bows her head and says, I've tried everything to save this place. I've tried everything to give my people their home back. There is nothing that can be done.
Would it help you to stop growing weaker? If
She told you about that, huh?
Matthias kind of winces, like, uh-oh, and nods.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it wouldn't. What happens to this place doesn't affect that. It was the people that mattered, not the place. The only reason that I've tried so hard to save it is because there's so much memory here. There's so much to be remembered, so much to be found. As much as it hurts to have to show you how badly my people were brought low, I've been so happy to get to see you guys seeing all of the good things they created. They were so clever. She grins and says, they still have the hot water running in the bathhouse after all these years. Can you believe it?
It's he kind of nods. It is incredible.
And just
The
wait
theater
until
still
he's. Pardon?
There is a face pulled. He is remembering suddenly having his leg stuck in what he did not know was an illusory log at the time. Like,
The theater still works.
And she
yeah.
cackles and says, yep. God, you should have seen that in his heyday. Oh, they were incredible. I loved watching shows. I would occasionally just take the form of, a fly on the wall to sneak in and see him.
Even he made a frog orb.
I
There were so many
saw
frogs.
Frorb. All hail the mighty Frorb.
Matthias doesn't know how to handle this again.
I'm sorry, Matthias, your god is very silly.
No, it's fine, and he will come to accept that. It's just one of those, there's a certain image of the divine he has been fed, and it's, yeah.
A certain image of the divine he's been fed. Unfortunately, your god
Very
is a
wrong.
part-time trickster goddess.
Yup.
She's about as non-serious as the gods can be.
Honestly, and it's he'll get it. He'll eventually get it. It's just a lot.
She's very silly. And she kind of smiles and says, oh, and I can't wait for you all to see the library. It's beautiful. Even after all these years, they put their strongest woods around it, so it's still mostly intact.
A little light bulb goes above JB's head as he remembers something else he was thinking of. Like, wait,
Matthias's ears.
is there... Oh, I don't know if I'd understand it. Is there... Did they save any music there? Not in... Well, maybe they have it in audio recordings. There's a lot. But anything that could be learned there. I don't
Lots
know
of
if
it.
I could.
There's a whole section on it. They've got memory recordings, they've got crystals, they've got it written on tablets. I don't know if the papers are still good, because paper tends to decay really quickly. But
I think I could probably. If not I, then Dakota would definitely know how to preserve the paper, though. But
Yeah, Judy has
Like-
lit up, like looking at Matthias, like he
oh,
knows Matthias was
his
so
ears
excited
are
for library.
his ears are twitching. They're doing a little wiggle. He's thinking. No, Dakota would definitely know how, and I know Miss Lynn has got a thing that would help her be able to read it and translate it, and I know Dakota could. And then there's a moment of pause, and would we be able to? I and Retro, you can see he desperately is wanting to be like, can we please take the library? Can we please preserve the library?
and she will kind of smile and say, "Well, you've got a party of mostly tunes, and you know what tunes have that are very, very handy?
Do have hammer space. You can put a lot in that. There may already be a lot in there. He does have the decency to look a little bit guilty.
You stole from your mom.
Does Matthias want to roll inside?
Retro
Yeah.
Retro will just snort and just pat Juby on the head and be like, "It's all right. No one else was using them."
Well, it's a good thing because that's a 5 on the dice, so that's a 14.
You know what? I'll say that's enough. You can figure out and put the dots together after a moment or two that things that you saw that were in cubbies that were suddenly, a
Not
lot
in
more
cubbies.
empty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, I thought that thing had something in it. No, apparently not. Now he's rethinking, like, it did have something in it. And you see the surprise, and then it's the look of, like, really? You stole, like, it's the you stole fizzy lifting drink fucking look.
Look, they were pretty, and I was having a moment, and I wanted the shiny things.
Sometimes I wonder if you're less of an owl and more of a magpie.
I don't know. Look, I grew up around crows. You can probably see blackberry around me all the time. I blame that crow. I blame that one.
Is
It's their
Blackberry in
fault.
the room right now?
No, they actually have not been around him this entire time.
Ah, damn. I was gonna say that Retro would, like, give a little cheerful wave at Blackberry, but...
No, they've been surprisingly absent. But yeah, he's just like, it's their fault. They're a terrible example, and they're not here so I can throw them under the bus.
Oh, shush, they've done a wonderful job of taking care of you.
You're a grown man.
They ruined my fun.
Sometimes your taste in fun needs to be ruined.
My taste in fun is very good.
Squint.
He is yeah, it is very much I am saying this, I might be wrong, but this is the hill I die upon.
Matthias is just sitting here.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Matthias. You have to see this mother-son banter bullshit going on in front of you.
Yup.
Right in front of your salad.
Right in front of his salad. He'll feel the ache and the sadness about it later. Don't worry. He's just
Oh.
more dumbfounded.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll eventually get that banter with Retro, but, you know,
Mhm.
it takes time, so.
It takes time, or it takes whatever the fuck Jubilee has where you just don't care.
Yeah.
It's called not processing shit.
God.
Juby and Retro have been snarking at each other from basically the moment they met.
And it's
Yeah.
great.
It's this might be a bad decision, but I always make bad decisions. It
What's
hasn't
the
come to
worst that
bite
can
me yet, so I'm gonna
What's the
keep
worst that
making
could happen? I've already dead at this point. Like,
Yeah,
what's she gonna do? Kill me harder?
that was pretty much the whole thing. Like, well, this is already as bad as it's gonna get. It's about to get worse. You know, let's just keep it rolling. And then it didn't get worse. It got better. And he's like, well,
Hmm,
may as well keep
surprise.
going.
And now you have a mom.
Surprise!
Patented technique always works. 100% success rate. Do not look at the failures.
But
Do not look at the failures. What failures? There are no failures.
God.
And she
Oh
will
my
kind of
God.
just look over at Matthias and just in an attempt to include him in the shenanigans, just be like, you see what I have to deal with?
I I
Exactly.
he's just like uh ground him?
Oh, that's
What?
a good idea.
And he ducks his head like isn't
Hmm.
that what parents do?
Hmm. I don't know. Am I able to ground him now that he's an adult? Am I able to ground you?
No.
Squint.
Matthias is just sitting here. He doesn't know.
I'll have
You
to ask.
know, how about I stand up and leave the room because there are other people in this hospital who I should probably go see if they're having a time and
Uh, um,
going to try and worm his way out before anything can happen and he can get grounded.
And I'm just gonna roll one more thing here. Okay, that is a 40 on the dice.
Oh boy.
Joy. Yes, oh goddess.
Are we scruffing the boy? Uh,
She, like, looks at Matthias, winks, and, slips, like, a big bag of butterscotch or toffee candies into Jubilee's pocket.
he does not notice he has skittered out.
Blink, blink.
And she will then offer Matthias a toffee.
He takes it. He takes it. I.
And she does look at him and just. Is there anything you need to talk to me about, kiddo?
I, maybe blink, blink. Mouth opens and closes a few times. I, there's I mean, I guess there's a lot. Because, yeah, he's tried to talk to her a lot.
I was always listening, you
And
know. I don't always have the
I,
strength to answer, but
I know, I felt, I know, uh,
okay. Just, I want to make sure you know. I never ignored you. I wish I could have said more.
it's a lot. Like, yeah, God, I keep repeating because it's just so much.
Would it help if I
Because
rolled an insight check on the boy?
you don't need to. You don't need to. I know it's high. I know funny number big. You don't need to. He physically cannot. Like, school his face any to hide from Retro.
Okay, but consider I just rolled a nat 20.
Fucking astounding. It's very much a Retro has said he's done nothing wrong. But there's still like she knows everything that Keys fed him, like told him. She knows everything about that. She knows everything he has kind of internalized and tried desperately to not believe, but like part of it still, you can't ever really like something sticks. And between that and arriving, and it's clear that, you know, uh it's clear Dakota and Jubilee, he doesn't know that they're kind of outliers in knowing retrospect. Uh so based on all of the information he's gotten, it's one of those he wants to know why he's different without understanding that Jubilee and Dakota are different. And he but he also understands that Retro is weak and he wants to know what he can do to help, but also like there's so much.
There's so many questions, and she
He
will.
has so many questions and she is getting all of them just in his face of like why am I different? What did I do? Who was I? What can I do? Uh
And she
what can
will.
I do? Should I will just yeah, so much.
She will kind of just tilt his head so that he looks her in the eye
Hmm.
and say,
And he does it's the instinctive like he looks at her and then like enough to let her know she has his attention and then his gaze kind of darts down.
mm-hmm. And she kind of smiles at him and says, I know you have a lot of questions, kiddo, and I know it's hard to. Oh my god, the dogs are barking in the background when I'm trying to do an emotional scene. Thank you.
can't I can't hear them, so
Thank you, hounds of hell. She kind of smiles at him and says, I know you have a lot of questions, and I know it's not easy to articulate all of them, and I can't promise that I can answer all of them. But to start off, I will
nod.
repeat, you didn't do anything wrong. I can't tell you who you were, because that person is gone. But you didn't do anything wrong.
He kind of tilts his head at that one, like, what? What do you mean?
Kiddo, you know how you think you seem to be the outlier?
Blink, blink, blink.
You know how you're kind of having that thing in your head saying, oh wow, all these other people who know my goddess seem to be much more friendly and casual with her than I am when I didn't even remember her when I first showed up. What was that all about? Yeah,
He
they're the
might
ones who are
shrink.
weird.
He kind of shrinks in on himself at that one because and then he what?
They're the outliers, sweetheart, not you. Most of my followers have no idea I even exist. Most of my warlocks, they forget me.
But well, but those are your warlocks.
I haven't had
What?
a cleric for thousands of years, kiddo. You are the first.
And he stops at that, and he kind of what? What?
After this place fell, I pulled back from the world. I used to be a lot more of a pain in the ass to the beings that define the plot, if you will. I used to be a lot more of a hands-on editor, but after this place fell, I pulled back. I stopped interfering as much. I stopped letting people know me, know that I existed, know that I was real. For their safety more than for mine, because every time I had a following, my people, they would get hurt. Or they would be exploited, they would be used, they would be treated as less than human just because of the magic I give them, just because of their connection to me.
He kind of gives like a brief glance around at, the ruins and nods like he can understand. Yeah, he can see that mentality,
But
that reasoning, yeah.
I still had to interfere. I still had to do my job, so rather than having dedicated followers who could go and do the work I needed done for me, I shouldered everything myself. I did my job single-handedly. When I really needed to shake things up, I would send part of myself into the world. Other than that, I would pull out individuals, people who would be narratively significant, who it wouldn't be safe to let continue as they were. People who were broken, whose stories could. One second.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's knocking on my door. Um.
The things are going great.
Ah, I'm fine.
We're
Okay.
getting knowledge.
Tyus is so not okay. He is
Okay.
learning so much.
Hi, I'm back. Where was I?
Hi. You'd pick somebody out when it was narratively important.
Yeah. People who are broken and need to be fixed because they have such great potential to have such a better story if I help them, or people who, if left unchecked, would destroy the world around them. I pull them out of their timelines. I trade them their memories for my magic and for skills, knowledge, things I can teach them. I have them work for me for a while and then I send them back, set them up in a place where they'll succeed, where they'll be able to find their happily ever after, where they'll be able to live a life they're satisfied with. That's my warlock pact. None of that requires them to remember me. None of that requires they know where their magic comes from or who they used to be or who gave them this power. All they need to know is this is my name, this is how old I am, this is where I am, and this is what I'm going to do. Not I as in me, I as in them.
He nod.
And she sighs and says, admittedly, you were supposed to remember me, but unfortunately, there was some God on God violence and some interference from my narrative foil.
Blink, blink, blink.
And it was put you where I put you or let you die.
And he kind of thinks a minute. Was I, was I, un, was I an unrecognized potential or a save the world scenario?
And she kind of smiles at him and says, "You were one whose story wasn't fair to you. You deserved better than what you got. You were just trying to help, and unfortunately, the world is not often kind to helpers."
He kind of gives a little rueful smile at that, because, oh, yeah, he does like to help.
You've always been a kind person, Matthias, in this life and the last. You know,
So
it's...
I...
Hmm?
So I died.
In a way. The
He's
person you
thinking
were
about that.
died. And
Like
Hex,
that
I
he's...
actually have to send you something real quick in DMs.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Eh. Eh. Um, she can... Hmm. Yeah. Oh,
I'll send you what she wants to say.
okay, cool. Pardon us while we work some lore details out. How's everybody else doing?
I can't wait to hurt you all.
Oh boy.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that would actually work. That'll be fine.
RJ immediately comes back and swinging a mallet
Mhm.
Cool.
or threatening
I
to.
smile. I smile at you.
Cool.
I
Please
cannot wait to
ignore
be
the
hurt by
bomb
you.
I'm building.
Cool.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. But Retro sighs and says, "The person you used to be tried to help, got in over his head, died, and then the thing he was trying to help was so desperate to have a self that it took his place. I didn't like that. I didn't like that as your ending. So, I stole you. I stole you the
He
same
kind of
way.
laughs a little bit. Yeah.
I stole you the same way I steal all my warlocks, the same way I stole Jubilee from his untimely demise, the same way I stole Minerva off that bridge, the same way I stole Oswell out of another story entirely. I've always been something of a thief. If I like someone, and I don't like how the story is treating them, I take them, I make them my own, and I send them back in a way that will get them treated well. Or at least I try. I didn't do so well with you. And again, I'm sorry.
You gave me a second chance.
You deserved it. You still deserve it.
I don't think you need to apologize for that then, Lady Retrospect.
I do need to apologize because despite everything I've done and despite my intentions, you were still hurt, and that's not fair to you. But if I have your forgiveness, I will accept that.
He kind of blinks a little surprised, and he's just, of course you do.
And she will kind of give him a little bit of a squeeze.
Bleh. He hugs back. Or squeezes back, I guess, would be.
Mm-hmm. She is very soft, I will note that. Like, even wearing a corset, which has some fucking proper steel boning in it, she is very squishy.
You can still squish in a corset.
Mm-hmm. You can squish even more in a corset than you can normally. Because you're already being squished.
Yup.
You got more squish per square inch.
But he kind of, it's, with your stupid insight, you would be able to tell it's not, there's not a weight on his shoulder, like there's not a weight off his shoulders. It's still very much there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's he's more aware of that weight now. In a, oh, I have this kind of deal. It's something that you can tell it's something he's not even been aware of how to, well, handle. And he's, you've put in motion a path for him, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
He's not better, and he's not gonna, it's gonna take a bit, but this is something that will help.
Mm-hmm. And in the end, that is what she's trying to do.
Yeah. And he hasn't let go since he leaned into the hug. He's so touch starved, man. And eventually he he kind of leans back and just says, would trying to share all of the requiem with others, would we have your blessing to do that, or
She
should we leave it?
she kind of smiles and says, I brought you here to give this place to you. To give what's left of this culture to you. What you do with it is your choice. You have my blessing for whatever you decide to do. Whatever you decide is right.
He smiles. All right. Thank you.
Of course. And she will kind of look down at her hands and frown because she is starting to flicker, and she says, dang it, this is gonna set me back a bit. But it was worth it. And she kind of gently bunks him on the forehead with her forehead and just, you take care of yourself, okay?
He nods.
And she will stand up and kind of disappears.
Mm-hmm. I think he's gonna sit on the bench for a minute, just processing all of that. But he will eventually, pick himself up and find the others. But he's gonna sit there for a second.
Yeah. Speaking of the others.
Yeah, speaking of the others.
Hi, that was an extended period of other things going on. How are we doing?
Hey. Those boys needed it.
God,
Yeah.
Those boys needed a chat with Time Mom. And
Yeah.
I didn't have the energy / time to set up 2 separate FPSs, so...
We just bundle it all in here.
Mm.
Oop. Okay. That's okay, V-Wild. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say for now, Lynn is off exploring.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn is off exploring. How's everyone else doing?
I
How's
mean,
Iggy and Dakota? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Igni and
How's Iggy
Dakota.
doing? How's Iggy doing?
Lynn had called Igni off to go exploring with her to have Dakota have his own moment, but for doing this, then Igni probably ended up wandering off, and then has probably managed to circle back something labyrinth.
I mean,
Fair.
it's not a very big building, so it's more like, there's
a very
a single...
big building, but you
There's
take
like
a
a
new
s-
path and it leads you back around, and back here. Whoops.
There's like a single hallway that sort of loops around behind the waiting room, and that's where all the offices are, with the chapel kind of somewhere in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So you just kind of went around the hallway. Oh, I'm back in the waiting room. Let's go back the other way. And I went back through the hallway, and I'm back in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Both these people seem very intense right now, and Igni is just kind of like looking back, like,
I am not about this.
It's like, well,
This sure
those
is
two
a
are both
thing that's
equally
happening.
intense in their own ways. I don't know where the other two went, but there's a closed door, and I'm thinking maybe I don't want to intrude on that. Igni's just here.
He is just here. And we
Igni is
love
just
her.
here is like one of the taglines of this game.
And we love her.
She's doing
Arguably
her
also
best.
for turning of the seasons.
Yeah.
Igni's tagline, I'm just here.
I
Yeah.
am just sitting here.
Yeah, really. So unless Dakota looks open to conversation, she's probably just like, we want to turn back around and find something to occupy her attention.
I mean, Dakota is currently just leaning against whatever. I don't know if the doorway to this building survived, but
It did not.
Yeah.
okay. Then leaning up against the closest bit of wall that looks like it will collapse from behind him.
And you know what? Fair enough. Ignis just handed me an opener.
Oh boy.
Just walks in and announces, I have decided that archaeology is a very depressing affair.
Yeah, some people agree. Did they just like stare at each other, or
I shake this girl.
upon seeing Ignis just kind of stood there, he will continue. Me personally, I prefer to look at the way people were living as a people. Sure, they're dead, but we can still learn from them.
There is a lot of well, it's the whole city preserved, really. A bit demolished as it is. Signs of life. Resists her restless urge to kind of kick at a corpse and just like, no, we're not touching that.
Don't
Probably,
kick the
especially
dead.
because it's fucking cursed as shit. But
Yeah,
yes, don't kick
exactly.
dead.
Don't kick the dead
Which
body.
is like, you know, when you scuff your foot, you just like kick
Yeah.
a pebble along, but the closest thing to you maybe is another foot, and you're like, actually, no, maybe not.
I think he sees this and kind of snorts and like, you know, that kind of get over here head jerk. He's definitely standing in much clearer space that is more suitable for foot-based stims.
We need to get Igni a hacky sack.
Oh my
We
God.
should actually. No,
Oh my
that's a good
God.
idea.
That is such a good idea. God.
Igni needs
Yep.
a hacky sack.
Igni would kill it at hacky sack, I think.
Yep.
Anyway, really off topic.
Comes on over.
So, I think you've got a lot to say, but you're not sure what to say. If you want to air any grievances, while there's, shall we say, no sensitive ears around, feel free. If not, we can just stand here in quiet.
Hasn't seemed much my place to say. Not my goddess, not my city.
Well, she ain't mine either, but people have been listening to me.
Well, you're the archaeologist, the professor.
You a small shrug of yeah, it's fair.
Me? I'm just here.
Why are you here, if you don't mind me asking?
Those two boys, one of them at least, I believe, mentioned dreams. That's not... I don't... You know I don't. I don't think I recognize this place. The desert, yes, I think I come from this desert.
You think?
My memory can be variably spotty. A lot of the time, I just kind of assume it's the Warren Desert in Ankwell. But I remembered a little bit anyway, and for once, I've got something I anticipate will happen soon, and that's call it an unexpected urgency and curiosity. And I follow my curiosities, so here I am.
Fair enough.
It's not the only time I've just stumbled into something big by accident. It happens.
Fuck yeah, it does.
What were you doing before this?
I travel. Suppose by certain definitions one could call me an adventurer, but I'm not looking for adventure. That's not what I find. Well, no, I do find it, but not by preference.
Sounds about right. More just whatever catches your fancy.
More along the lines of you would not fucking believe the amount of liches and undead hordes and cults and gods know what else try and set up in old ruins. Like, malevolence hotspot. I'm just here to do archaeology, man. I just want to fucking... I don't know. Kind of just shakes his head.
Is it better or worse that this place seems to be rather bereft of those creatures? So
Well, at least I'm not getting my ass melted by oozes.
well, there's a simple solution to that. Don't get caught.
That's all fine and dandy, but my weapon of choice is a whip.
Why?
Hang on, I'm gonna do this for show and for funsies. Ooh, that's good. He pulls it off his hip and then cracks it, and it makes an incredibly satisfying kind of sound.
Never mind, I see the appeal.
There we go. Puts it back on his belt.
That's it. That's all you've needed. You've convinced her.
Plus, as well, it's got a little bit more reach than, say, a sword or a spear.
Oh, that's right. I suppose you non-casters do have to make do.
I mean, yeah. Then again, I'd like to see you continue casting after I've cracked that in your face. There's a reason I survived this long.
And how long is that exactly?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Girl?
Amuse tough. And you know what? This Dakota can roll insight if he likes.
I'd love to roll insight. I would love to do that. That would be very good.
He wants nothing more than the insight Igni.
I do want nothing. You know what? No, I'm adding a D8 to that. Fuck you. Christ.
Error
This is
in
what happens
roll.
when you type too fast.
18. Oh, that's fun. So, Dakota, you can tell even as Igni was asking that, that is something Igni actually really hates having people ask of her. Something she was only kind of realizing even as she said it. Well, I will put that down then for, call that, sure, 1,000 years. That sounds right.
Sure. Not to beat a dead bush or nothing, but I am curious as to what you think. Archaeology is studying history, but history ain't dead. Not all the time.
It's not dead, it's just already happened. And
Or-
archaeology in particular, it's so far back.
Actually, not always. If you can dig it up, it's archaeology.
I suppose. Are you calling gardening archaeology?
Well, if you can recover and analyze material culture from it, yeah, I suppose.
Hmm.
That's all archaeology is. It's recovery and analysis.
Igni makes a bit of a face at that. It's an awful lot of effort for... I understand the past is weirdly important for a lot of people, but it just seems like, no offense meant, Dakota, it seems like a bit of a waste of time.
Can be. Sometimes they can even be a liability. Sometimes that's
Well,
all people got. Time.
point, and like I said, when you've got a memory that likes to leak a little quickly like mine, what use do I have for the past? Present is what matters. Waste a lot of time worrying about the past and what I do or don't know, to just stick here.
Present's a good place to be. Not everyone sees it like you do.
I have picked that up, yes, and a lot of people do not actually take it well, so why cause a ruckus?
Very few people can take essentially what is an antithetical worldview to theirs. Easy as breathing. I just got practice.
Comes with time, I suppose.
Yeah,
That's
stars willing, people won't take as long as me to learn it, but and again, I've not really had much faith in people.
they're all right. A little silly, but they're all right.
That is one detriment to study the past. You become, I suppose the word could be jaded. If you can see someone making a mistake that countless people before him have made, it becomes difficult. A, to expect people to do anything else, but B, to know when to step in and when not.
Like I said, a little bit depressing.
Yeah.
Your thoughts for the future of this place? You've advocated for just leaving it be?
Yeah. There's one of the main tenets in archaeology, something that's not always followed, something that's not usually followed, if I'm being honest, is respect. Dead they may be, but you're studying people's lives. And if they got living relatives, that's theirs to decide what to do with. not yours to pillage and thieve. This place is long since dead, and it deserves to rest. In an ideal world, we convince Keeper to leave. She goes, I don't fucking know where, maybe with Matthias, maybe with Yukon. Maybe shacks up even with Lynn. And this place gets to fade away.
Igni's nodding slowly. She's clearly doing a careful think. It's an antithesis worldview for me to stagnation. Preservation is important to people, I've gathered, but it's not natural for something to be frozen in place in time. Fading away, however. Fading away is natural. That's natural course of things. She's nodding like she's coming. She's like, all right, it's acceptable.
Dakota just kind of chuckles quietly and goes, people will do anything to fight entropy.
Yes, it's a little bit infuriating, that one. Like trying to hold time in amber. Nothing stays the same forever, or even for short periods of time.
So the world has changed.
Exactly.
And that's a good thing. Things should change. Things should always change. As much as we'd like to hold the sands of the hourglass, we shouldn't. There's an effort to be made for snapshots, taking images. But nothing should be forced to remain. And Igni can roll inside now, actually.
Hell yeah. Oh, good job, Igni.
Oh boy.
Good job. Good job. Good job. That's a 24.
Ooh, baby. Okay. Igni! There is something a little bit complicated as he says that. It's not bitterness. It's not quite resignation, but there is something there. I don't think, if pressed, even he could put a word to it, but there's something there in that statement as he says nothing should be forced to remain.
I'll be honest, I am pleasantly surprised that someone of your profession thinks this way. It's refreshing.
I think you'll find that those who study history most the value in letting things go.
It's not like I think I've made an effort to much talk to historians in particular. Haven't run into them. If I have, I don't remember. People, they tend to get a little upset when they find out. Well, normally it comes up when someone talks to me like I'm supposed to know them. Normally I can fake it, but
It's time.
more tiring is they think I should be more upset about it than I am. To which I'm not really.
What's the point
Exactly.
in being angry, being upset. It just takes effort, takes energy. There's better things you could be doing with your time.
Exactly. If anything, the people who have strong memories can seem the most miserable. All those grudges.
Like I said, people do anything to fight entropy. Even entropy their own feelings. Even when they shouldn't.
The answer is yes. Snaps fingers and little fire in her hand. Phoenix.
Mm. I've always wondered what it'd be like to become someone new.
Well, in my experience, it's not so much the sudden, violent, fiery death people think of. It's a day-by-day, gradual shift. Every day, every week, every month, year, I both know more and less than I have previously, and that changes how I react to things and fundamentally who I am.
Transient. Shifting like
Yes.
fire.
You get it. Sometimes burning stronger, sometimes weaker.
I dare say you might be the closest I've ever come to seeing the opposite of me.
Same to you, honestly. Supposed to take that as a compliment.
It was meant as one.
It's you've been stuck for a long time, haven't you?
He just quietly reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out that pocket watch that ticks but never moves on.
Well, that's uncanny.
You can't seem to think so, too. Look like a disquieted.
Well, I don't know the deal with those watches, but
As far as I can tell, everyone, baby doll, made a deal with, talks to, I don't know. Been chasing her so long, I still don't understand.
seems to me like the natural state of a clock is that it should tick and move. So
Yeah.
far, none of your three follow both of those requirements.
Yeah.
I think Lady Retrospect is bad at making watches.
Nah, I think we're just bad at keeping them.
Have you wound it? I hear you're supposed to wind them.
You are supposed to wind them, but that's only after the clockwork's wound down. Mine still ticks, so it still has a wind to it.
What about percussive maintenance? If you just hit things really hard, it often works.
If I hit this really hard, I don't think it'd do a damn thing. Or it'd break, one of the two. And I don't want to see what happens if it'd break.
Well, I suppose don't fix it if it ain't entirely broke.
Sure, that's one way to put it.
Did you You've been looking into this place for a year, was it?
I've been here for a year and I've been looking into it.
Hmm. It just seemed. It would have seemed odd to me if you'd only had that watch for a year.
Oh no, I've had this thing for yonks.
Hmm. That makes sense.
Got it a little bit before I got this, actually. And he reaches into the bag of holding it and pulls out a porcelain mask.
Oh ho.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What is that, and how is it cursed?
Or, sorry, alabaster mask, my mistake. Best I can tell, it ain't even magical. But, I found it. Because, well, maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but people kind of take suspicion, umbrage, I don't fucking know. I'm not the wordy guy. I work on home for a reason. But people
Don't
tend to give you
you?
weird looks if you keep using the same name and same face for as long as I do. So, changed it up a few times, and then I found this.
Oh, I haven't had that problem. I just use Igni.
Different rules for tunes of real kind. Best I know, y'all don't have an upper age limit. You'll keep going as long as you're inspired.
Makes it like a wobbly hand gesture. Yes, I think.
Invites you to, like, does it like a silent roll of his hand, invites you to elaborate if you'd like.
Just sort of a, well, as someone for whom death is already a weird concept, both philosophically and perhaps physically, I don't know for sure.
You know what? That's a fair point.
Probably a better question for the other tunes here.
Well, looking at those other tunes, Yukon's probably gone around the block a couple times, based on the fact that he's got a pact with Baby Doll. And the monkey is definitely much older than she should be, so I think it's kind of weird for her as well.
Hmm. Again, sort of shrugs. I'll be honest with you, the outliers seem just as common as the regular.
I heard you say it a few times when I've been traveling by Nyquil, something like, there's no middle sliders, some shit like that. I don't fucking know. But it seems fairly fitting.
Yes, that does seem to be a rule of creation. Extremes only.
I suppose that what makes it fun.
It's certainly not boring, Nanquil. One of the many upsides of traveling there. There's always something to see, do, infringe on, experience, observe. And sometimes the same thing twice. Because I don't remember the first time very well, or at all.
It's true. My work doesn't tend to take me there very much.
I imagine not. Erasure events and all.
Yeah. Usually, by the time something of old is grown, it's been wiped away. Which, cycle of renewal and all that, but a little bit of a shame.
Something to be said for starting with a clean slate.
True.
Igni's back to fidgeting.
Aw.
Apparently, this girl can't stay still for very long. And I think, we'll do a hammer space. There's a D10.
Dakota puts the mask and the pocket watch back in that bag holding as well, by the way.
Okay, yep, not a fumble. She's gonna pull out a violin, just start idly plucking at the strings to give her fingers something to do.
I think Matthias might be making his way back at some point.
Yeah.
Looking a little, like he's had a bomb dropped on him.
His eyes are not necessarily red, but you can tell he's been crying. And, yeah, he definitely, yeah, looking a little shell-shocked.
He had a fun conversation.
He
Oh,
did.
that. Yeah.
Suppose Yukon made you cry.
No.
All right.
Somewhere there is a shudder, like I feel like I just avoided a boss battle. Why do I hear boss music? Oh wait, it's gone, okay.
Just a split second.
Let's.
Have you looked around at all, or?
Y'all seem like you had it in hand.
Say that again.
Y'all seem like you had it in hand.
Matthias kind of ducks his head. Bit sheepish, in a way that definitely says, no, might have been a tiny bit distracted.
I'm sure the detective has been doing her due diligence on this front. Or not. Pluck strings.
Weren't you with Miss Lynn?
I was. And now I'm here.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna go find her then. He just kind of steps back in.
I do love the mental image of just Matthias standing there watching Igni pluck the thing and then just going, yeah, I'm gonna go sort that.
I'm just gonna go make
It's
sure.
the two quiet, weirdly kind of intense people staring at him.
Yep, and he's just
Autism stare times 2.
I'm gonna
That's exactly it.
God. He's just I am uncomfortable when we are about me. I'm gonna leave. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Yep, he's gonna step back in and he's gonna actually try to look around and maybe because this is the healing area and he wants to find things out and learn and see if he can get anything. So yeah.
Oh shit, I have to put my DM hat back on.
Yeah, you do. Hi, DM.
Hi, I've been spaced out for like the last 20 minutes. What are we doing?
Matthias is looking for Lynn.
Yeah. I genuinely, like, Lynn is investigating. I genuinely have no idea what she's been doing this whole time. Also, hello! Holy shit, my voice is loud! Hi!
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice.
You're back.
I am very
Told
pleased.
you.
I'm doing considerably the best I have been doing in ages.
Hey.
I love you all.
Hi.
Hello.
It's as I said, I'm gonna be dead honest. I know Lynn's investigating. I know she's doing stuff.
You have no idea
got
what she's
no
doing.
clue.
It's so you're so
It's-
valid.
Lynn is the only one here being productive.
Lynn is very good at her job, very good at investigating. At the same time, hands monkey to DM.
So for words reasons, we're going to say that Lynn has been poking around backstage. Well, I say backstage. Lynn has been poking around in like the actual offices of the healing center. Lynn, roll me investigation. And Matthias, you can also roll me an investigation if you would like, seeing as you are trying to catch up with Lynn.
I'll wait because this is I'm assuming while he's having his talk. So
Okay, that's I'm glad I rolled with the pumpkin die, so when I see the pumpkin on the top, I know I've done a fucking good
Ooh.
at 20 plus 8 for investigation.
28, goddamn, okay. You, you are, exploring. You are exploring. You find several small rooms, most of which are pretty torn up, but you actually managed to find one that's surprisingly intact compared to everything else. Like, the door is racked, but you get inside and it seems weirdly well preserved.
Fascinating.
There's a small fountain in the corner, babbling with cold water. There's a sort of raised platform, which you can assume would be used as a bed, in one corner of the room. There are cabinets on the walls, which you can assume are filled with medicines and bandages and whatnot and what have you. And there is a book on one of the counters.
What she does is she does make her way around the room calmly and methodically. She does take a vial of the water because that's probably going to be good to insight later on. Just she knows she's not a geographer or such, but she does know enough about forensics that how the water works can be intriguing to some folks. So she does take a vial of that, check through for the bandages and the medicines and that sort of thing, see how it's stored, see how it's preserved, see how it was kept, that sort of thing, makes notes on things that were common. And then she is going to make her way to that desk, notes what type of wood the desk is, that sort of thing, how it was carved, and then moves on to the book. When I say she is thorough doing this, she is thorough.
I will note the desk is not actually made out of wood. It is made out of seemingly molded sandstone.
Slaps geographer cookie again. No, we are not getting into the finer points of sandstone. I have opinions on sandstone.
Man.
But she does eventually make her way over and just. She's probably short compared to the desk, so she is just gonna get on the chair carefully. And then just. Probably dust or such on the book, just.
Actually, there isn't.
Fascinating. Is there any dust in this room?
Nope. not a speck. Wait, hello? Why is my mic not picking up? There is no dust in here. You have been in many rooms today. This is the first to be completely dust-free.
Relatively sealed room. Yet no dust. Alright. What narrative secrets do you have? Why are you the oddity? And she's gonna check for traps before she does anything to the book. Like, check the desk, check the book. Because she's not about to go, tripping a cursed or warded thing. That's a stupid-ass thing to do. That is, what's checking for traps again?
Usually perception.
Thank you. Well,
Yeah, I think
Even
that or
if she bro-
investigation.
yeah. I'm gonna go with, yeah, that is a 13 plus 12. If you're talking whirly bird, I can't hear you right now.
Oh, sorry. Distracted. Sorry.
It's alright.
My focus is shot right now.
It's okay.
It is
It's okay.
okay.
Yeah.
You're good. We have been going for over 5 hours.
We have.
Once we're done with that sort of stuff.
I'm still going
How
strong.
are you?
So for as long as you guys want to go, I can go. Sorry, I found a thing and my attention is shot.
That's alright.
This is like a normal campaign session to me.
Yeah.
Rip to you guys,
Handshake.
love different.
Your stamina fucking astounds me, RJ.
It's hilariously, I am now feeling the best. So honestly, I'm doing golden.
I am also doing okay. How is everyone else?
I'm doing fine. I might need another break to go grab some dinner, but I'm okay. Apparently, I'm stuck in Matthias's voice. It's fine.
I wouldn't really want to go any later than... Because I have work tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
I work.
I want to keep going, but I also have work.
Okay.
So like
How long?
sort of wrap up this scene investigation that Lynn's doing.
Let's wrap up with the healing center. That shouldn't take longer than like 45 minutes, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Yep,
And
that seems
should
like
be
a good
okay with
stopping point.
And then we can send y'all off.
Got it.
The longest I can imagine it taking is like an hour, but that's just because we tend to get lost in the weeds.
Fair.
So Lynn, you were checking for traps, right?
Yes, she was. Got a 25.
Yeah, okay. So I will note there are no obvious traps in here, but what you do note with a 25, this place feels weirdly magical.
Would you like for her to roll Arcana?
Yes.
All right. That's a
And you
16
can have
on the die.
You can have advantage because you
Okay.
rolled 25.
We're gonna take that 16 plus this is Arcana. Okay, that's at the top of the thing. Plus 6. 16 plus 6 is 22. 22.
22? Okay. You have been seeing these glyphs that have been carved into surfaces around the city. And tracing sort of the feeling of magic to its source, you find a glyph over the doorway. It looks just like a circle cut in half. but it is glowing very brightly over this room.
Before I leave, I am going to decipher you. And she's just like, she outright points at it. And yes, she's allowed her detective eccentric quirks. And talking to a room just makes sense to her, but she is going to take a look at that. She is going to put her hand next to it or such so that she can read it. She's going to do that before she leaves. Alright. Well, you seem friendly enough to me, so I'm gonna take a look at this book. Then I'll get back to you. Everything's interesting here. Everything's intriguing. And she does look down at this book. And then she puts her hand on it so she can try and read the cover.
And with your, remind me, how does your language thing work?
Translates a full page in a minute. Let me see. Have I got it written down, or do I need to get? RJ, you have that thing on the bot where you can type a thing and it comes up, right?
Depends on the source, but and if I can fucking spell, but there we go.
And I will say, Lynn, because I'm flavoring it not as though she's wearing an item, but as though she is a natural polyglot. And so it is her languages. It's not a helm or anything. But anyway, she's always keeping it active. It takes about 1 minute to read 1 page of text. Literal meaning that you also understand any written language. Yep. So she'll be able to understand it.
Okay.
For sake of conversions, one page of text tends to be about 100 words.
Okay. So, Lynn, you set your hand on the cover of this book, and with the touch of your magic, it sort of shifts. And it, you realize you have uncovered its title, which is, I don't actually know how this would be phrased in common, but in Requiem, its title basically conveys the concept of medicine, of operations, of healing, and of different kinds of... It's basically like everything a Requiem doctor would need to know.
Oh. Alright, I know a certain changeling who's probably gonna want to read you. I want to read you. I'm not gonna lie, I want to read you as well. I want to get a bit more medicine in me. Alright. I'm gonna take this, I think. It's... Before I go charging out the room with this, I'm gonna find out what you mean. Because I don't exactly want to try taking this out and then, all hell unleashed. Idiot move, and I try not to be those. And so she does just pick it up, hold it to her chest for a minute, and then she is gonna climb the wall. It is careful, but she has got that beast thing, the beast barbarian thing, which means she can climb. Just get herself nice and comfy above the door, and then just press her hand next to this symbol to see what it means. Be curious.
Essentially, it means warded by time. This is a symbol that freezes the time in this room.
Huh. Important office. Fascinating. Lovingly cared for. Thanks for keeping this safe.
There is no response because, unfortunately, this glyph is just a glyph.
She knows that. It's less as though she's talking to a glyph, and I guess more like she's talking to the past. She doesn't expect an answer, she doesn't anticipate it. It's just. I think you're good here. I'll leave you be. Just climbs down. Still cradling this book. She is going to be working on this book, translating it, making sure that Matthias gets it so Matthias can have it as well. This is good. Alright. I think this is enough time for folks. Good connections to form. Good things to be said here. Let's hope it's brought some closure. Very interesting findings. Who knows? And she does do, in fact, actually, because she's alone, she does absolutely do a big stretchy, because, hey, no one's gonna hear the Toon horror. Thank you for the time. Then she's gonna walk out. She's catalogued, she's stored, she's done what she can. She's done a good job in here.
Yep.
Calmly make her way back to the others.
Matthias is still looking for her.
Yep.
How nervous is Matthias? Because oh my god, you lost her. You lost the detective.
You lost the detective and she's unsupervised.
Oh god,
Oh,
we
no.
left the monkey unsupervised.
Yeah.
Y'all did this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Listen, I got nothing.
just
But he is looking for her. And he does eventually like resort to just calling out for her.
Lynn!
Miss Lynn?
and there will eventually be a Matthias. Hi there. Good to see you.
Hello.
Please tell me she doesn't say that until she's like right next to him.
Oh my god.
She's better than that because Matthias. She doesn't want to spook Matthias all the way, okay? That's not one of her I'm going to torment you for fun people. That is one of her that is one of her soft people. Network's the one that spooks Matthias, and that's just because Network's very enthusiastic. Matthias, you do just see her like come from around a corner, just calmly strolling, just calm as day. Absolutely fine. Decently sized book in hand, but honestly just looking. She's looking unflappable, detective. She's just looking calm. It's, Benoit Blanc, just his standard, just calm sort of, I'm just here. That. She's just strolling on, just, good, you're here. Presuming by what I've vaguely heard, Ignis back with the quarter. Alright, you gone about?
Oh, he, blink, ears kind of lower. I have no idea where he is.
Don't worry, we'll do a circuit. We'll find him.
Alright.
You doing good?
Lynn, no. You don't need to roll. He, yeah. The same thing I gave, Dakota and Igni. Very clearly looks like he just got, done crying, looks a little shell-shocked, yeah, but he's talking and he doesn't, like, the way he addresses you isn't, like, is not indicating that he's, had anything traumatic happen. He's just, yeah, a lot has happened.
She looks for a second, goes, no, I didn't quite finish investigating this room real quick, and just points at one of the rooms that's a bit wrecked, but not in a way that is upsettingly wrecked. It's just be normal background room. She just goes, "You mind coming with me just for a tick? Just, I want to explore this one just a little longer."
Oh, all right. Okay.
These places are heckin' dark. I'm gonna cast a bit of dancing lights. Just, I'm gonna putter. I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna putter. I like puttering. Gods,
Oh,
I've missed puttering. And Mosian. Those are good.
oh, okay. All right.
And she's gonna
He
go
is
in there.
so confused.
And what Lynn is doing is she is casting dancing lights, which is something that happens in network to calm people down and keep a moment. And she's going to putter. And Matthias gets a minute where he doesn't have to think of anything. You don't have to
Aw.
think. You don't have to think of all the stuff you just went through. You don't have to think about new information. You don't have to think about all the catharsis or any other revelations. This is something Lynn's good at. Giving people a moment.
He's like he's letting Lynn putter. He's so confused. He doesn't know what's he's just okay.
Mm-hmm. And it's gonna go on long enough that it is you just like seriously, she just talks for it. She's talking in multiple languages and it's nice background noise.
Mm-hmm.
She's basically making you an ASMR room unintentionally.
Yeah.
That's the best equivalent I can give.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And she will go at one point just, if you want to talk about anything on the mind or you just want to say stuff, by all means, otherwise, this is good.
Okay. Uh, um, he's just kind of again. He's just like, that was a lot that happened. I'm okay. I think. I don't know.
I talked to God.
Yeah. I talked to my goddess. She kind of dropped a lot of bombs on me. It's a lot.
She's chatty.
Bless.
Yeah.
Lynn's been around enough people to know when someone's had a significant law drop, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So she gives the time if he wants to talk. Like, she's tried to make over time a safe place for him to be able to talk.
Mm-hmm.
If he still doesn't, that's fine. She's literally not taking it anyway.
Yeah.
It's
He's gonna follow Lynn, and he's just thinking quietly as she looks around and moseys.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, and she's not making eye contact while she does this. She's just looking in a drawer, pulling out bandages, looking at them.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's got the book on her back, and she's keeping it in place. I don't know how big this book is, Welly Bud.
It's at least a couple inches thick, but
Mm-hmm.
like it's about 3 inches thick. It's a fat book, but
Yeah.
it's also relatively small.
All right, then she'd probably keep it like pull one of those holster things out of hip, just tuck it into that, and she is just looking through things, not making eye contact. Just by the way, on the book while I was going through all this place.
Oh.
Requiem medicine.
And his ears perk up.
Now, I admit, I'm good at translating languages. I'm not the best, and I gotta admit, seeing as it's not a native tongue or such, I'm a slow translator. But I thought perhaps you and I could through it, if you're interested. I mean, interested with doing it with me. It's obviously you're gonna get. I'm gonna give it to you. Just you want to read it together?
Uh, oh, oh, okay, okay.
Oh. I'd like to do that with you.
He kind of gives like a little smile, like, oh, he's just, yeah. He seems a little distracted, Lynn, but yeah, like the book caught his attention, and yeah.
And she does smile back. And she putters a bit more. There is probably the slight shenanigan of when you go in a drawer in a room that has been dusted.
Mhm.
She does do a kitten sneeze at least once. Just pulls out bandages and then sneezes and then just kind of sits there and just startled herself with her own sneeze and just goes, "Hey, we've dusted enough. I'm done in here. It's too dusty." Right.
Yeah, okay. It's just, yep.
Mm-hmm. And she does chance to look up at him because I know redness of eyes and that sort of stuff. Just how's he looking now after this few minutes? He doing okay? Doing better?
He still is, he's still a little shocked, but like, I mean, he's you know, it's a lot, so he's getting through it. Doesn't look I mean, the evidence of crying has faded, but like he still looks kind of shocked and like thoughtful and out of it, and you know. He had a lot. He had a big bomb dropped, man.
Yeah. Character, I'm just trying to remember where the next location on the map was. Just because
It was.
I think the next one
fucking-
is the library.
Yeah, the library, number 1.
fantastic. Because
We are not doing the library today.
Yeah.
We are not doing the library today for obvious reasons. However, Lynn is mentally tallying because she didn't want to go, okay, let's go on. And this is me pulling out my ass, the abattoir or something. She does just go, hey, I remember where our next stop is.
He kind of like there's an obvious like think. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And then he does perk up, and he seems way more excited now than he had initially been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, I think we're gonna enjoy this. We might need to find somewhere to park at least 2 of the others. Let them touch some grass, do some running about. Hopefully, I want to say this is going to be one of the cool libraries. You know, there are some libraries out there with like a tree or like a mini garden or that sort of stuff. My uncle used to take me to one like that. It was great. The bookshelves were fantastic. Very climbable. I used to hang upside down from one of the lights and I would just read books. It was great. Oh, we probably can't, hang upside down here, and I hope it's got the garden. Those are always fun to just sit under the tree of and just read. I mean, we still haven't found a sandpit. Devastating. Será. All right, come on. Let's go library. After a Yukon hunt. Yukon, know where the other 2 are. Let's do a circuit. Come on. And she's beaming. And she just, as she walks past to leave, she does like bump her tail into him. Just in the way that she affectionately does. A bit like, when a cat bumps into you.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of vibe. Not too much pressure, but just enough to know that someone's
He
there.
doesn't, and like whenever Lynn has brushed her tail against him, she always can tell like there's just the slight jolt of sudden affection, like of sudden like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he doesn't do that this time.
She keeps every last bit of it internal because you do not show this sort of thing out loud, but oh my god, she's elated. There's been baby steps. Whatever's happened is helpful. She's still making plans for other events because she knows they'll happen, but This
Yep.
is good. This is good.
Yep.
This is good. And then we're off. Just Yukon hunt. Wherefore art thou, bird boy?
Where,
Where
bird boy?
dirty owl little shit.
Where are you, bird child?
Bird boy not hard to find. He went on a little bit of a walk. He did not go back to the room where Igni and Dakota are because sorry guys, but there's a corpse in that room.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That's fair.
There's a dead person. No thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a reason that Dakota chose that room to stay in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Juby, no like corpse, especially not one that is impaled. That's no thanks.
That's personal.
So he yeah.
Lynn, who had deduced these sorts of things earlier. The reasons why she do the sweep.
Yeah. He went for a little bit of a walk, but it is pretty easy to find him again because you can probably follow the sound of a very familiar click latch of someone opening and closing a pocket watch.
Mm.
And he's kind of have gone back towards the doorway where they found that chapel area. And it's not like he doesn't look like he's upset or anything. Honestly, he probably looks the best he has all day.
Yeah.
He looks significantly calmer and like he's found his footing again. And he does look over when the other two approach and clicks his pocket watch shut again, but keeps it in hand and just... Oh, so you lot are all done. Found everything you needed.
I
I
think
guess so.
It's been enlightening. Fascinating place.
Fantastic. Can we leave now? This is boring.
Oh yeah, it's next stop. Next stop, library.
Yes. You know, I think I'm actually interested in going there now.
Taken fantastic.
Go get the other two before they poke into something or who knows what they get into.
Honestly, I've got a bit of faith in him.
Okay, Igni, yes. The other one, no.
He's old enough to have experienced enough to go, sometimes you don't poke shit. I mean, I've got quite a few theories on him, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, we'll see what we see. And hey, listen,
Age
if he
does
gets...
not equal wisdom.
No, but
Nor does it stop someone who's an asshole.
no, but eventually you get enough experience that, you know, you do something enough, you stop doing it. Well, actually, scratch that. I once watched an experiment where they had shocks, and you touch the shock if you were bored, and, well, let's just say some people didn't stop touching it. It was an interesting investigation to be part of, I'm not going to lie. Anyway, I will carry on.
And I think they are gonna go and
Yeah. And
meet up with the others, I think.
Lynn does just like raise an arm as she's like coming up to the other two, just like, oh, having fun. Is that a violin? Kraken.
Kraken dead.
Hi.
Kraken did.
Yeah. Instrument has been noticed.
Hi. I am falling asleep apparently.
Hats.
Okay,
Rip.
We need to
Leave
wrap
in the
this up.
zone.
we do.
We are just... Lynn just goes, nice violin. My cousin plays that. In a really cool style. Wait, you two, we got here. We got library, and I want to touch some
Waiting on
books.
y'all guys.
Brilliant, fucking fantastic. Let's go touch some books. And she's just walking out.
Or, don't touch the books until you can get some gloves on because the
Dakota,
components in your skin will dissolve it.
I know, that's why I wear gloves, and I also I know how to do books because I did an entire thing on it at one stage. It was for a case. But yes, I know how to change my gloves out for the proper kinds and that sort of stuff. I'll take your lead on it, but also time to touch books.
Igni looks at one hand, one strange UPAN see-through hand.
Still made of ink, honey bunches.
How to put glove?
Not even that. Her thinking is like, do I have skin?
Do I have
For,
skin?
the borders of this discussion, do I have skin?
By technicality,
You have an
you've got enough-
outline, it's good enough.
Yeah.
Do
You got enough
Igni
outline
have
for it to work.
skin on it?
Right. Tell you what, while we're going over, we'll give a crash course. Like, I've got information, you've got information, Dakota. As we're going, crash course on what to do with books. Let's go. And she's just going. This is how we get we are leaving the scene so that we can all go to bed.
Ned shit. Okay.
Yep. Nerd shit.
And with that, we end today's session.
Hey.
Whee!
Everyone say goodbye to our listeners.
Bye.
Hi, audience.